Recording in progress. Our music.
Molly, we're ready.
Awesome. Let's get started then. All right, let me get to the page. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. The time is 9:10. We're a little tardy today. Thank you for everyone's patience. We are going to get started with roll call. If we can do roll call from our Southern Office board members, please. I will kick it off. Board Member O'Brien, present.
Board Member Douglas, present.
Board Member Moreno, present. Board Member Harris, present.
Board Member Wool, present.
Thank you. Let's go to our Northern Office for board members.
Board Member Jeffers, present.
Thank you, everyone. Let's head back down to our Southern Office roll call for our board staff.
Stephen McDonald, Executive Director, present.
Janie Huggins, Chief Compliance Officer, present. Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist, present.
Joseph Ostunio, counsel for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology.
And Senior Dag Todd Weiss, Board Counsel.
Thank you, everyone. Can we go up to our Northern Office for board staff roll call?
Bertha Jackson, Chief Operating Officer, present.
Thank you. Okay. Welcome, everyone. The mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of those that obtain cosmetology-related services through the delivery of quality testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. At this time, we are going to open up for comments from the general public. This is for discussion only. The board will entertain comments from the general public for any item that is related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. Members of the public can call into the meeting to make public comments by dialing 1-720-707-2699 and entering 880-3316-4946 for the meeting ID. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less, and no discussion or action can be taken during public comment. Do we have any public comment at this time?
I'd like to make a public comment, or I'd like to make a public comment.
Okay.
My name is.
If you can just state your first and last name for the record, please, and then we'll get you the 3 minutes to start, okay?
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Brennan. I'm an attorney for the Cosmetology Institute of Las Vegas, and I just wanted to call attention to the board, the staff, and the Attorney General's office, something that came to my attention, that I have concerns that, and I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention, because I have concerns that this notice of this meeting has not been noticed in compliance with the open public laws of this open meeting laws of the state of Nevada. If you go on the Nevada Board of Cosmetology website and you look right now at what it says, the time of this meeting starting, it says it starts at 12 noon. And because I looked it up the other day when yesterday, if I could approach from my computer, it says on your website that this meeting is to start at 3 o'clock today. So I just thought it might be important to bring this, put it on the record and bring it. Here's a copy of this. If I could put this, give it to you. This shows that according to my computer, this meeting is noticed to start at 3 o'clock today on your website. And I wanted to just bring that to everyone's attention, because it's my understanding from Attorney General opinions that this has to be a public hearing for my client. And if it's not properly noticed, then any action taken is void. So I don't want to know what you want to do about it, but I wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board Member O'Brien, how do we handle that? Can we, Mr. Weiss, can we have advice? I know we're not supposed to rule or do anything with public comment, but is this an issue?
I mean, what matters was on the notice. What was on the posted notice? No, this is the website. What is on, this is the notice. Is this what was,
This
what
was
on the-
what was posted.
Okay, this says 9 a.m.
Okay, so we're good to go forward.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me get back to this. Okay, is there any other public comment?
Madam Chair, just Faustino for the record. I think we're starting to talk over each other, and
Oh,
I
I'm
see
so
the
sorry.
frustration on the court reporter's face. So I'm just, I guess one at a time is the order.
Oh, yeah. Yep, no worries. I'm so sorry. I didn't know anyone else was speaking. Did we have any other did anybody else want to have public comments? Anybody present?
I'm sorry. Yes. Can you hear me?
Is this Tiffany that's asking?
Yes. I
Hi,
was.
Tiffany. Can you state your first and last name for the record, and then we'll go ahead with your 3 minutes for your public comment?
Yes, absolutely. So my name is Tiffany Alston. That's Tiffany, and my last name is Alston, Alston, Tiffany Alston. So good morning, Madam Chair O'Brien and the board. When my 4-year-old daughter was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, our lives changed overnight. And we took her home from the hospital, and her tiny little fingers were bruised and overwhelmed from the constant pricking. And so that was really painful to watch. And like any other parent, we were just trying to find something and anything that would make her feel normal again, something that reminded her that she was still a little girl. So we took her to the Cosmetology Institute of Las Vegas. And what we found there was more than a service. It was a gentle and intentional care by people who slowed down, who were patient, who were fully present with her. They painted her nails with bright colors, stripes, polka dots. And in those small moments, it gave my daughter back a sense of joy. This made her feel seen, and it didn't make her feel like a patient, but like a child. And so every Saturday we came back. And over time, I began to notice something much bigger than the stripes and the polka dots. What they did for my daughter, they were doing for every single person who walked through their doors. And I sat in that space and I watched. I watched children arrive, some in protective custody, some connected to our social service systems, walking with their heads lowered, carrying more than what any child should have to carry. You could see it in their posture and in their silence. And I watched what happened next. They were met with patience, with respect, with care that did not feel rushed or transactional. They left differently, smiling, standing taller, a little lighter when they came in. I watched foster families walking in, carrying the weight of responsibility, trying to meet the needs that are often complex and overwhelming. And I saw the relief on their faces when they realized they were not alone in the moment. I watched seniors come in through those doors and be greeted by name, where appointments became routine and routine became connection, and connection became belonging. I watched individuals connected to the American Cancer Society come in and receive not just services, but dignity, compassion, and a sense of being cared for during one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. And what stood out to me is that none of it was on accident. These were not random acts of kindness. These were intentional partnerships, coordinated efforts between the Cosmetology Institute, the Department of Family Services, foster care networks, and community organizations working together to wrap real support around people.
Thank you, Tiffany. I'm so happy to hear that. We do have a 3-minute time limit, and I'm so sorry. I do think that has expired, but thank you for your comment today.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, thank you. At this time, do we have anyone else that would like to make a public comment? Is there anyone in person that I'm not seeing?
No.
Okay, then at this time, let's go forward with agenda item 3, which is going to be approval of minutes from the previous meetings for discussion and possible action. The board is to approve minutes from the March 9th, 2026 board meeting. Can I please have a motion for that?
I, Board Member Wold, would like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the board meeting March 9th, 2026.
Thank
Board
you.
Member
Can I have a
Harris,
second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. Motion carries. Moving down to agenda item 4, which is complaints. This is the continuation from February 23rd, 2026 disciplinary hearing. The public hearing is on complaint number C-2026-0018 for discussion and possible action. The board will conduct the disciplinary hearing regarding the allegations in the complaint filed on January 29th, 2026 against respondent Cosmetology Institute of Las Vegas, license number SC-14500, business ID number NV20141256798, Denise Dixon, owner operator. Upon conclusion of the hearing, possible action includes the imposition of discipline. All right, so at this time, we are going to pick up where we left off, and I do believe that it is Miss Dixon's turn. Is that where we pick up? Correct?
It's respondent's case in chief, Madam Chair.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Before we get started, I just,
I'm so sorry. Excuse me 1 second. Board Member O'Brien, while she's speaking, would it be possible if we could have a camera angle on her so we could see as well online, if that's possible?
I have 2 items I need printed. I don't know how to get them to you. Can I do that? Step over here so that I have it before we start. Don't mind.
Oh,
Madam Chair, why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break while they're printing off the documents, and then we'll get started.
All right. Sure. We'll go ahead and break. We will be back here at 9:27, please. Board Member O'Brien, just doing a check-in. Are we still getting set up?
This is Lauren Gossage for the record. I apologize. I was on mute. I am currently uploading some new exhibits to include into one hub for everyone to see from CILV.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was going to be my follow-up question, if we'd be able to see those. Thank you for doing that.
Lauren, if I could, it's the one that's dated 3/30/26 at 12 a.m. It shows the 3 p.m. hearing date notice on the website. That will be Exhibit B. The one screenshot from my phone that I took at 8:45 a.m. this morning before coming into here will be Exhibit C. It shows that the board posted this meeting set for a start time at 12 p.m. today. And Exhibit D will be the screenshot I took just now after my public comment that shows 9:18 a.m. today, which shows somebody has changed the public notice on the Cosmetology Board's website to reflect 9 a.m. and that was a retroactive change after the hearing started. And those are going to be 3 exhibits that I'm going to put together.
Yeah. I'll sit by the chair.
Yes.
Look into that issue. Oh, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I didn't know if we were back on the record or not. Are we back on? Okay, Madam Chair, sorry for the delay. We wanted to look more into the issue with the website. Based on what we're seeing and with what we know, we think we're okay to move forward because the notices were proper to the respondent as well as the agenda and notice that were posted on both the website and Nevada. What's the website? Nevada notice.mv.gov. So anyone with a due process concern is here and present and knowing of the hearing. So we think we're okay to move forward on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Then at this time, we will go ahead and get started.
Just for the record, as we begin, I would like to note as attorney, as the attorney, what about the microphone? Is it on? Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay. As the attorney for Cosmetology Institute of Las Vegas, I appreciate you coming today. We're here today and prepared and ready to proceed. However, I have grave concerns that the open meeting laws of the state of Nevada are being violated today. And I would like to introduce into evidence exhibit. Lauren, do you have those copies? Or they already have them? Okay. As Exhibit B, because we had an Exhibit A last time. So we'll start today on our side as Exhibit B. We could post Exhibit B up there. Exhibit B is a screenshot that I personally took on my computer last evening when I went to the board's website to confirm the time of the hearing, because my client and I had a disagreement as to what time the hearing was. I thought it was 3 o'clock because I looked on my computer and I printed this screenshot last night, and I have that in the evidence here for this hearing as Exhibit B, which shows that as of last evening, 3:30 of 26, on the website, the posting showed that this hearing started at 3 o'clock today. This morning, as I sat in the lobby waiting to be enter the room, we now move to Exhibit C. Exhibit C, as I don't know what, was a screenshot taken from me as an officer of the court, 36 years practicing attorney. I took this screenshot in the lobby on my phone from your website, which shows that the meeting starts at noon today. Then I brought it to the attention in public comment at a little after 9 o'clock, maybe 9:05, 9:08 a.m. this morning. Brought it to the attention of everybody here as a courtesy, because I don't want to waste everybody's time if we're doing something that would be void under the law. And I was quite surprised when I went back at 9:18 this morning after public comment and checked the if we could put Exhibit D up there, which is a screenshot that I took at 9:18 this morning as an officer of the court, a licensed attorney in the state of Nevada, which shows that the public notice posting was changed to reflect 9 a.m. I don't know how this happened. I don't, when somebody alters the document, it's not my initial reaction that it's fraud or intentional. My initial reaction is to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, which I'm assuming you would do today when we talk, and that this was just a mistake. However, Nevada open meeting laws are not just for me and you, they're for the general public. They're to allow the general public to participate in these hearings. They're to allow these people to make public comment. And it is a strong, longstanding requirement in Nevada law. And we had people that were supposed to be at this public comment this morning, or not this morning, today. They could not give public comment because the hearing notice is all messed up for some unknown reason. So for the AG, with all due respect, to say that we aren't prejudiced, I submit that we are, because we had people here that were going to give public comment that we were not able to get in touch with because we didn't even know until just now if we were going to be going forward. So we do believe we're prejudiced. We do believe there's a due process violation here. And based on Attorney General longstanding opinions in the state of Nevada, if a disciplinary hearing before a board such as this, which is required by Nevada law to be a public open hearing to the public, if it is not properly noticed, any action taken by this board as a result of this hearing is void, not enforceable. So that's why I brought it to the attention of everybody beforehand. And I maintain our position that our due process rights are being violated, and that any action that this board takes as a result of this disciplinary hearing will be void and unenforceable. So if we're going to be forced to proceed today under those conditions, are we, Attorney General, being forced to proceed today despite our position?
No one's forcing you to do anything, counsel.
Your microphone's not great.
No, it is on. No one's forcing you to do anything, counsel. You're here on your own free will for a properly noticed hearing. This is the notice, counsel. This is the agenda. This is the notice.
The agenda.
The notice, right, that has the proper time on it, and that's what was on the website. The notice that was personally served to you had the proper date and time on it. Are you saying it was not?
What I'm saying is the general public was entitled to be here. We had people that were entitled to be here. We understand. We understand that we are being required to proceed today, so we will proceed. I'll call my first witness, Jamie Huggins, please.
Well, hold on. I'd like to. Can I respond to? Was that an objection?
I don't know what that was.
I am putting evidence in the record to protect my client's due process rights. We are here for a disciplinary hearing. You have requested to shut down her beautiful business that has been in business for 11 years and revoke her license. I take it seriously. This is, I'm putting my objection on the record as her attorney, that we feel like her due process rights are being violated, that the Nevada open public laws are being violated, and I am protecting my client's legal rights for appeal, which is what she hired me to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, couple things. Joseph Ostrinio, for the record. I don't know if those documents were admitted. Were they admitted?
There wasn't a ruling from the chair, but Madam Chair, you can go ahead and admit these documents as exhibits if you so wish to choose.
Okay, and I can just say so moved.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I want to respond to the objection. So I'd like to admit this as part of the record. It's a proof of service. And it says that Legal Wings received on Wednesday, March 18th, 2026, a copy of the complaint and notice of hearing and meeting notice and agenda. And it was served on the respondent on March 18th, 2026 at 12:30. And I want to say this again, the meeting and notice and agenda were given as well, and they had the correct times on them. So I don't really understand the due process objection. I understand the OML objection. Do you have witnesses that were unavailable to appear today because we started at 9 a.m.?
My position's on the record. I've said we had people that were supposed to be here that couldn't be here because this is not proper. This meeting is proceeding in violation of open meeting laws.
Oh, okay, but do you have witnesses that were unable to appear today because of the meeting?
Well, now I have a question. Counsel, why would you not have witnesses not appearing at the time of the notice that was served to you personally last week?
Public comment.
That's not, that public comment is not witnesses. The board actually is prohibited from taking into consideration public comment as part of something like this. Prohibited. That is not a witness, counsel. I need to make sure this is clear. I understand what you're saying, but you're twisting things that are not are not factually and legally proper.
Record, I can say that I am a little perturbed about the fact that the Attorney General's office has been proceeding with the lack of professional courtesy to opposing counsel here. As you know, when hearings are rescheduled, like we had to reschedule it from the first hearing to today, it is standard protocol for attorneys in Nevada and everywhere else in the United States to communicate and coordinate a new date with opposing counsel to make sure opposing counsel and their client and their witnesses are all available. That did not occur despite multiple emails to the Attorney General's office and multiple phone calls to the Attorney General's office. So I am here today as a solo practitioner, and I'm glad I could rearrange my schedule. But I would appreciate if this continues on to a further date that with the Attorney General's office proceed with the professional courtesies that normally happen in most cases, because I can't be two places at once. That's all.
So Joseph Ostrenio, for the record, I want to respond to that. I did receive 2 emails regarding settlement. Once the board actually sets these meetings, I do not. So I don't schedule. I get notice just like you do, and you never reach out to me after you were served with the notice. And if you did, I did not receive any email from you. I know what time you were served, and I know what time you called me on the same day.
I am not questioning that I was served. That's not the issue. The issue is the Attorney General opinions are clear in this state that any action taken by a board that is required to be a public hearing, which this is, any action taken by the board in violation of open meeting laws are void. I am trying to help everyone here, including me, you, these staff members who work very hard, from going through a whole process, only that at the end of the day, that if I don't like the result, then I'm going to file an appeal, and I'm going to be saying open meeting laws are violated, and the Attorney General will agree, and then we're starting all this over again. I'm trying to prevent that kind of nightmare situation. So I think it's clear from these exhibits, B, C, and D, that's your own websites, that the board's own websites, that this was not properly noticed pursuant to open meeting laws. That's my position. That's all I'm saying. So I'm putting it on the record. I'm preserving that for appeal.
Okay.
And if you're saying we're going forward, then we're going to put on our case. And my first witness is Janie Huggins.
All right, Joseph Ostrenio, for the record, in response to more dialogue between the attorneys and the objection, I'm going to move to admit the proof of service into the record. Do we know what exhibit number we're on, the petitioner?
I think 31.
I think it's 32. Understood. Sorry.
Yeah.
Board Member
Good.
O'Brien, I have to make a motion to get that service in the record, right? So I can simply just say so moved.
You submit. Yes, Madam
Yeah.
Chair.
Okay, so moved.
You're calling Ms. Huggins?
Lauren hand that to her. Yeah.
Ms. Huggins, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Good morning, Jenny. How are you? Okay, how are you? I'm good, thanks. Were you the one that changed that meeting notice after my public comment?
No, I was not.
Do you know who changed it?
I have the staff that deals with technical issues with the website looking into that.
Should they get back to you?
Absolutely.
Is that common practice for the board's website to show, if we can turn to exhibit B. Let me ask you this. Is it the staff, somebody on the board staff that posts these notices?
As I'm talking,
Yes.
she can ask Janie if this is something that she's in control of or if
So when the Attorney General says that the board notices these meetings, it's actually the staff that does it. Is that more accurate?
Correct.
And so you see Exhibit B here. You see that it shows that today's meeting is scheduled to start at 3 p.m. You see that?
Yes.
And the meeting actually started today at 9, a little after 9, correct?
Yes.
As a compliance officer, do you have an issue with the fact that the notice is a different start time? Or are you not an expert on the meeting law?
I'm aware of open meeting laws. This is not the official notice. The official notice is the agenda. Open meeting law. NRS 241.
I'm sorry. I'm going to object. You're asking her to state a law. That's not proper. She's the chief compliance officer. She's not their attorney. I'm their attorney.
She's answering a question. She says she knows how to put the answer, so she's entitled to answer. It's not a
She answered. We can move on.
The laws for open meeting law are Chapter 241.
And you're not a lawyer, are you?
No.
And you didn't make any of the notice postings or make any of the changes?
No.
And you don't know who did?
A variety of staff made the postings. I do know who made them. Yes.
You are the chief compliance officer for the Nevada Board of Cosmetology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly, but when did you start as a staff member here with the board?
Originally in 2019.
19?
Yes.
I don't want to rehash everything, but my chronology is a little off. What position did you start then?
In 2019, I was in the testing department. In 2022.
And your job can you tell me what your job, are you salaried? Are you hourly, or are you get paid by investigation, or how are you paid?
Objection. Relevance.
It's relevance if they're going to try to charge her salary as a fee for this dispute. If you're not going to try to charge her time, then that's fine. But if you're going to try to charge costs at the end of this proceeding for her doing her regular salary job, that's not really a cost that I think is recoverable. So I guess if you want to stipulate that you're not going to put any cost in that relate to any investigation time because it's part of her salary job, then I can move forward to stipulate that.
We could still calculate her time during the investigation, even if she's on salary. So my objection stands.
Okay. Well, my questions remains valid.
Madam Chair, I would overrule the objection.
Okay. So
hold on. That's just my recommendation. The chair has to give the.
Okay.
Well, you're on mute. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. Yes, I'm going to take our attorney's recommendation and overrule.
okay. So what that means is that you're allowed to answer my question. So Are you salaried? How do you get paid?
I'm salary.
What's your salary?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
What roughly?
100,000 annually?
And do you get paid overtime?
No.
What are your job functions?
My job functions include overseeing the inspection department, overseeing the regulatory compliance unit, which deals with establishment applications, including salons, schools. I oversee the inspection staff, monitor their performance and progress. I deal with regulatory matters, including law changes, regulation changes, and other legal matters like these types of hearings.
Have you performed any job functions related to this particular case that are separate and apart from your salary job functions? I mean, are you getting paid to do anything extra?
No. No.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that part of your job function as the chief compliance officer for the board is to review the inspection reports and the corrective action matters?
Yes.
And part of your job function is to actually go out or have staff members go out and do inspections of all the different schools. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you or your staff go out and find that there's some issues that don't warrant a fine in your staff's opinion, then instead of issuing a fine, your staff just issues corrective action or corrective warnings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's standard operating procedure and has been for years at this board, correct?
Yes.
And is there any licensed school that hasn't received any that's not received any correction action warnings?
No, I don't believe so.
Is there any school that has not received any citations?
I am not positive if there is a school that has not received citations.
Is there any other school that is currently has a request to have their license revoked?
No.
You are aware of the fact that my client has been licensed by this board for 11 years now, aren't you?
Since 2015, yes.
And that there's been multiple renewals since the original application. I believe 5 renewals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And part of the staff's compliance job functions and duties is to ensure that the licensees are proper candidates to receive a license and receive renewals. Is that correct?
We determine eligibility for licensure before issuing the initial license. When an initial license is issued and the licensee is licensed, it is a different protocol to deny a renewal than to deny an application for licensing.
And for the initial and all 5 subsequent renewals, the board and the staff have found my client suitable for renewal. Is that correct?
Suitable for renewal indicates that you've submitted a renewal form and paid the fee.
So the answer to my question is yes, right?
Correct.
Trying to paint a narrative. I'll withdraw the objection.
So when you testified at the last hearing, you stated that my client, Miss Denise Dixon, the owner, has been cooperative with you at all times. Isn't that what you testified to?
She's been cooperative with me individually, yes.
Okay. And all the corrective action warnings that Miss Dixon, as the Cosmetology Institute of Las Vegas, has received in the last 11 years, she has taken all those correction actions, hasn't she?
Could you be more specific about your question?
Well, I can go through every correction action notice if you'd like. My client took the correction action that the staff requested over the years as part of her cooperation that the staff requested, hasn't she?
No.
Okay, well, let's go through then each correction action and you tell me, because if she hadn't, then you would issue in your job an additional corrective action, correct?
There are ongoing corrective actions being issued.
And what does the statute say about corrective actions? How much do you pay for the first violation?
There is no fee for a corrective action. There's also nothing in the law that warrants a corrective action. We do that as a courtesy.
So there's nothing, there wouldn't be a basis to revoke somebody's license then if there's nothing in the law that says that you should be issuing these corrective actions.
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
There's nothing in the law that specifies we have to give a corrective action. We can issue citations, we issue corrective actions, compliance reviews, or warnings as a courtesy.
And my client has made all those corrections over the years, hasn't she?
No.
Question has been answered.
What corrective action has my client not taken that has been requested that is the subject of this complaint? What year, what corrective action? Because it's my understanding that all corrective actions have been taken by my client.
I believe at a minimum, it's fair to say that there's still struggles with properly executing the student records, enrolling them within the 30-day time frame.
Is that it?
There are other issues that I'm aware of, but I do not have that list in front of me, and I will not reach out to staff as directed from last time to get those.
Okay, so is it your position that the staff, the only example that you have given, now you're asking to revoke my client's license, is that you're having some struggles with their student records and the 30-day time frame. That's what you stated.
That at a minimum, that is one issue that I'm aware is still ongoing.
Okay. And is that been the subject of any corrective action that you issued to the school? Because I've never seen that.
Yes, I believe that she was given a violation between this date and the date of the last hearing for that.
So it's not in your complaint?
It is in the complaint. It is one of the counts in the complaint. And many of the records speak to the students not being enrolled within that 30-day time frame.
But there's no corrective action or citation that occurred after this lawsuit was filed.
Are you speaking to the written warning, or I don't understand what you're asking for?
Yeah, from the time she opened through December 31st of 2025, for those 10 years and 9 months, for that 10-year and 9-month period, this staff has never issued a corrective warning or a citation to my client, a corrective warning regarding the student performance sheets.
Objection, misstates the record. Could you rephrase?
Well, let's just go to, are you familiar, what, the issue that seems to be the central issue here, as I can see, are the timekeeping records. So I want to bring the board's attention to the timekeeping laws and focus on that for a little bit. The timekeeping records that are required by law. Let's start with, if I could mark this as Exhibit E. And I don't know how we get that. This is going to be Exhibit E. Get that put up on the screen. And I can give you Exhibit F too if you want to.
Can we, Elizabeth, Joseph Ostrino for the record. Could we have all of the exhibits and could you label them?
Well, these are the only ones that I'm aware of right this second. So
Okay. No, I'm just trying to make this go smoothly. I'm not trying to pick on you.
Or do copies need to be made again?
That's E and F.
Council, could we take a 3-minute break?
Madam Chair, they have to make more copies, more exhibits. Do you mind taking 5?
Yep, we can go ahead and break for 5. Thank you for the heads up.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think everyone is back.
Okay, let's continue then. Are we going to
Thank you,
go
Molly.
to the exhibit?
Thank you, Molly. At this time, I would offer Exhibit E, F, and G into evidence just all at one time to save time. Exhibit E is NAC 644A 620. Exhibit F is 644A 625. And Exhibit G is a summary chart showing the licenses and the renewal dates. And I offer those into evidence, please.
No objection.
Okay.
Okay, so moved. They're admitted.
This is Lauren Gossage for the record. Those have been uploaded into One Hub.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you so much, Lauren. I appreciate it. Okay, back on, Janie. So part of your job function is to ensure compliance with students and schools' timekeeping records. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, we'll go backwards for a minute. Well, no, okay. So Exhibit E is NAC 644A 620. It says administration and maintenance of time records. Is this one of the regulations that you in your normal daily job function seeks to ensure compliance with?
Generally speaking, I seek to ensure compliance with all of our regulations, but yes.
Well, this includes that your job includes making sure that this is complied with, right?
Correct.
And it's been your job to make sure this is complied with since you started that compliance function in 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that, that Exhibit E deals with the student's requirement of the student to keep their curriculum records?
Yes.
Is there any other law or regulation that addresses a student's requirements related to their curriculum records? Because this is the only one that I can see.
Regarding the students' requirements?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so.
Now, if we could turn to Exhibit F. Exhibit F, if we could put that up for the board to see, is NAC 644A.625, and it's entitled Preparation, Maintenance, and Provision of Final Time Records. You see that?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that this regulation, Exhibit F, is the law that requires, sets forth the school's timekeeping requirements?
This law does speak to some of the school's timekeeping requirements.
Okay. Are there any other laws that deal with the school's timekeeping requirements? As if so, we need to print them and go through them here today as well. This is the only one I could find.
Other than the ones that require them to keep time? No, this is the basic law.
Well, I don't know what other one you're talking about. What other one are you talking about so we can pull it up?
Action. This is not a PMK position. What's the relevance of this? Are we trying to establish what law applies to? Are we trying to establish what law applies to the violations that are included in the complaint because they're there?
Is that a legal objection?
I objected for relevance.
relevance is that this whole entire complaint is an attempt to revoke my client's license that she's held for 11 years. And you're complaining about massive timekeeping violations by my client. And I'm entitled to know what specific laws this board needs to analyze to determine whether my client has violated those and been revoked.
And my response to that is they're in the complaint.
Okay, well, I'm entitled to ask questions about the complaint.
But counsel, what he's saying is you can ask her if she has knowledge of that, but you cannot try to turn her into an expert matter witness on the law. Ms. Huggins did not draft the complaint that we are here to address.
Well, she's the chief compliance officer.
That's fine.
So I would assume that she could sit here today, and she's held that job for 4 years, and tell this board what other violation, whatever timekeeping statute or regulation she believes, if any, my client had an obligation to comply with.
But that's not the
Specific to
question.
Timekeeping.
Sorry.
The counsel, the question you weren't asking to your knowledge. You were asking her as an expert. I
I
understand.
never said the word expert.
Oh, but that okay. But if you're asking her to give her detailed knowledge about statutes, regulations, I mean, you can ask her if she knows. If she knows or doesn't know, she can tell you that. Your assumption. Thank you for having your assumption, but that's not what we're here to look at today, here, counsel.
We're not here to decide whether she's violated some law.
It's who you're asking, who the witness is, who you're asking the questions of. You're trying to hold her responsible for the complaint.
No, I'm not. I haven't used the word complaint ever in this
But
question.
okay. All right, counsel. Again, you can ask her if she knows. If she says I don't know, that's the end of the inquiry. Do you understand that?
I understand the law fully. I'm a very competent lawyer.
I didn't say you weren't, counsel.
Janie, part of your job functions that you told this board when we started today is regulatory matters, making sure that the schools comply with law, regulation changes, and legal matters. Isn't that what you stated to this board?
Yes.
Is there any other staff member that, strike that. Other than 644A.625, is it your position as the chief compliance officer for the staff that there is any other Nevada law or regulation that applies to a school's timekeeping obligations?
Objection relevance. I like, she's not an expert on, like, the complaint lays out what she's accused of. I don't understand, like, why you're asking her for opinions of law. I'm objecting on relevance, and I'm objecting that the witness is not an expert on opinions of law.
I didn't ask an opinion. I asked if she is aware of any other Nevada law in her capacity as the chief compliance officer for this staff. Is she aware of any other law, either statute or regulation or case law for that matter, that provides timekeeping obligations and requirements for a school? Because that's the question.
That's fine. She asked if she knows. That's fine.
Yes.
What statute or regulation?
There are several. Would you like me to list the ones that aren't printed?
Yes.
And
This is related to the school's obligation.
correct.
Okay.
NAC 644A 615 speaks to the school's records. And depending on how granular you would like to get, there are other records related regulations that speak to information about the credit hours that the student might need to be documented, but it's under enrollment regulations and things like that. So it just depends on how specific you'd like me to get. But
Well, Okay. Let's go through these records. Let's go through this. Let's look at Exhibit E. Well, before we go to an exhibit, let's just talk in general about how you oversee these schools. Let's look at our curriculum daily performance sheets required by the student according to Nevada statutes or regulations?
It's required for students to keep track of the areas of the curriculum that they practice in during the day. The specific title of the sheet is not required. Not all schools use that particular sheet.
So let's make sure the board understands it. The statute does not require any of the schools or the students to have a performance sheet of the curriculum like the ones you have here that my client uses. That specific form is not required by the statute.
No.
Okay. And daily, the statute is very important, board, for you to understand that the laws in the state of Nevada do not require the student to have the instructor or the registrar sign off on their daily curriculum sheets unless there's an error that they need the instructor or the registrar to assist them in correcting. Isn't that correct?
Not for the instructors, no. The registrar is required to maintain the records.
No. Listen to the question. The student, you just said that the student has to keep, it's the student's obligation to keep track of their curriculum as they go through it, correct?
Yes.
And you already said that the laws of the state of Nevada do not set forth any particular form that the student must use to keep track of their curriculum. Isn't that correct? That's what you said.
Yes.
And nothing in the Nevada law requires, and since I don't have an exhibit up there, I'd ask if you could close your computer, please. Just close the front of it. Thank you.
I know, yeah. It's just statutes, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just so we can focus on the question. Nowhere in the statutes or the regulations does it require the instructor to initial every day on the student's curriculum, does it?
No.
The statute only and the regulations only require an instructor or registrar to initial the curriculum records that the student creates if the student has an error and needs to go back and correct the error that the student found. Isn't that true?
Yes. So if a student has done a poor job of their own obligation, which is to keep their daily curriculum time completion up to date and correct, and if the student realizes that there's an error, the student should work with their instructor and the school to try to rectify that error and revise that report so that it's accurate. Is that correct? Yes.
and you don't find it fraudulent for a student to work with their instructor to fix an error, do you?
No.
Now, and Exhibit E, which talks about the students' requirements for the curriculum records, that covers the things that we just, in part, the things we just discussed here just now, correct?
Yes.
And Exhibit F is the main timekeeping law regarding what the school's obligations are for timekeeping records. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what Exhibit F says is that the School of Cosmetology shall prepare a final record of each student not later than 15 days after the student completes or withdraws from the course. A final time record. That's the first obligation of the school, correct?
Yes.
And then B, and then A goes on to say, the final time record must, 1, be compiled from the student's original time records. That's what it says, correct?
Yes.
And 2, show the number of hours the student has completed in each subject and training, correct?
Yes.
And 3, except as otherwise provided in this section, be signed by the registrar and the student, correct?
Yes.
And that's the school's obligation for timekeeping, is to prepare this final record for each student, correct?
Yes.
And then section B of this Exhibit F talks about how the student gets the opportunity to review and sign off on the final record as well, correct?
Yes.
And then Exhibit C talks about how the school has an obligation to maintain the final time record and make it readily available for inspection by the board. Is that correct?
Sub C, yes.
Yes. And my client has, and this, okay. And for the student curriculum / performance records that the student has to keep, that is never been something in the last, well, in the first 10 years of my client's operation that was ever required to be provided in order to get these students licensed, has it?
Yes.
It has not.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, for the first 10 years of my client's operations, the staff, including you, only required the certificate of completion and the final transcript that we just talked about, correct?
Correct.
And for the first 10 years, my client has always provided that, correct?
Correct.
And the first request for these students' curriculum performance sheets to my client came in, I believe, October of 2025, correct?
I believe so.
So really for the first 10 and a half years of my client's licensing, it never was required to provide that documentation, correct?
Yes.
And now you are requiring the students' curriculum paperwork for every single graduate of this school. Is that correct?
I believe that is being required, yes.
And are you requiring the curriculum paperwork for any other school currently?
That would be a question for Bertha
Bertha.
Jackson and not myself.
Okay. To your knowledge, is the staff requiring any other school to provide the student curriculum performance sheet or proof that they completed the curriculum currently?
I believe in certain circumstances, yes.
Isolated incidents?
Probably. It's not my department. Unfortunately, I can't
Okay.
answer
So I'll
correctly.
get with on that. Thank you for telling me that.
Mhm.
The you said when we were talking about the student curriculum timekeeping records that the student's obligation to keep, you said other schools don't use these performance sheets like my client is using. What do they use?
They use different systems to track the curriculum done by each student. I don't know the name specifically that each one of them uses.
Well, can you, since you don't need to know the name, but explain the various, what they look like?
In some schools, they use a similar format to the one that CILB uses. In others, they have digital records that they keep track of the modules and the services and the content of the curriculum that they complete daily.
Any other formats that any of your licensed schools use other than these two formats?
Typically, they use software to document the curriculum in conjunction with some sort of timekeeping mechanism, because that's also required by the board.
Okay, so do you oversee all the schools for compliance with these student timekeeping records?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about Milan for a minute.
Okay.
Milan doesn't track the actual hours that a student completes their work, do they? As far as in the class, they do it by the number of nail jobs they do, correct?
Objection, relevance. I kind of would like an explanation as to what you're getting at here. What does Milan have to do with CILB?
Well, you'll see as the question.
So you're laying foundation?
Yeah.
I mean, my objection remains, but
What's your objection?
Relevance.
Okay. Well, it's relevant because we're talking about what's required and what's a violation of the law and what's not a violation of the law.
I would overrule the objection for now, Madam Chair.
Board Member O'Brien, could you speak into the mic? I only heard my name.
I realized it was on. I said I would recommend overruling the objection for the time being, Madam Chair.
Okay, yes, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Okay. Go ahead and answer, please.
What was your question? I'm sorry.
So
tracking
how do the Milan, I'm just trying to find out, how do the Milan students keep track of their curriculum? The students part of obligation.
It's tracked through modules that they do, and then also in conjunction with services that are executed.
And so they will say that, can you give us an example? Would they say like the student completed 50 gel acrylics or something?
It's a combination of a service that they might complete as well as whatever work they dedicated towards that area of the curriculum. If they've done 2 hours of theory while they were in a theory classroom, that's recorded through their system. And then if they were to then do 3 hours towards acrylics, but not on a service, that's also recorded through the modules that they're learning.
But it's recorded by module, not by hours, right? In other words, Milan decides that
What?
if you're required to have 500 hours, let's say if Milan decides if you're going to be required to have 100 hours of manicures, then Milan decides each manicure takes 20 minutes. And then instead of tracking their time, they say, well, you've got to do 300 manicures. And that's how they do it, right?
No, to my understanding, they have systems where they have modules. Several schools do this, where there's a module and it's X amount of the curriculum. And when they work through it, I've gotten to this marker in it. So I've hit this amount of hours. It's similar to how the Milady program tracks the hours. I've done so much in this, and it puts the hours based on how they set it up through the curriculum.
Okay.
In conjunction with services.
Okay. And since the law does not mandate any type of format that the students are required to keep track of their curriculum, I assume that the staff then doesn't mandate any particular method either and leaves it up to the schools?
Yes.
Would it be easier for you and your staff if all the schools used either the same form or the same system?
Yes.
Kind of like the real estate board where all the realtors and brokers have to use the same contracts and forms.
Objection relevance. And you're asking for an opinion about real estate. Yeah.
Now, with respect to the school's timekeeping obligations, the school's timekeeping obligation is to keep track of the hours that they're in attendance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's laid, and where is that laid out?
It's laid out in it's defined as under timekeeping, student records. It's in various statutes relating to the registrar.
Okay. And so what does the school have to do as far as the school's obligation to keep, what are their obligations under all the various laws for timekeeping? Is it just make sure that they clock in the morning, they clock in for their breaks, and they clock in when they leave? Is that the requirement?
They are required to do that. Yes.
Is there any other timekeeping requirement that the school has?
The school is required to keep track of their training records, to keep them on the premises, to submit them at various times that they're required, whether it's withdrawing, completing,
okay,
things like that.
Right. That's as far as the keeping track of the students' records available for inspection, which my client did do that, didn't they?
Keeping the students' records available for inspection?
Yeah.
No, not consistently. They were not kept on the school premises.
When you just started asking for them in October, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And my client's form says at the top of the form that they are required to be kept on the premises, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. The clocking in for the total amount of hours per day, does the law require any particular method to do that?
It has to be on a timekeeping device that's approved by the board, in which case it's a biometric.
So you can use the old clock-in system with the punch card?
No, we don't allow that.
Where does the statute say you need to use biometric? Is it in the statute?
It says it has to be on a device approved by the board.
Okay. And the board, you're aware that my client used the biometric clock-in device, correct?
Yes.
And she was one of the first to use it?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that some of the apps that other schools use allow them to clock in from the app and claim they're at school when they're not even on the premise? Did you know that?
We're aware of all of the timekeeping records that the schools use. Records, or systems rather, as that's more correct.
So now let's answer my question. You're aware, staff's aware that some of these schools are keeping timekeeping records that allow the students to clock in on the app When they're not even sitting in that school premise?
They are not allowed to clock in when they are not at the school, but we are aware that schools use apps that have geofencing to clock in.
And which means they don't have to be physically present in the premises to clock in.
Yes, we've mandated that the schools reduce the size of the geofence, so they have to be on the premises when they clock in.
Because you've had problems with school students not being on premises, even though different schools, not my client's school, are claiming they're on the premises, but they're not.
Objection paints a narrative.
I would overrule, Madam Chair.
Overrule.
We haven't had a large issue with it, but we don't want to find out if there will be an issue. So we've ensured that they reduce the geofencing to make sure that the students are clocked in when they're at the school.
What is the geofencing requirement now by the board, just by the staff? I'd like to know what the geographic, is it a mile, 3 miles, 5 miles? What's the geofencing requirement?
They have to be on the premises. They can't clock in from their car or from somewhere outside of the school.
But you're aware that my client doesn't use that geofencing. My client has the one that requires them to clock in physically at the one located in the building, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I just have a few questions for Janie. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I just have a couple of questions for Janie. Janie, is your salary a matter of public record?
Yes.
How many corrective notices was CILV issued prior to the start of these proceedings? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't. It was quite a few.
Quite a few, too many to count.
Yes.
Who created the timesheets and performance sheets at CILV?
The school.
The school did. Under NAC 644A dot 624, are schools required to maintain time records?
Yes.
And under the reg, who validates those records?
The registrar and then the board.
Thank you. Is it CILV's responsibility to make sure their students are on campus?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Oh.
Okay. No, I don't have any. Thank you, Janie.
Board members, if you have any questions for the witness, now's the time.
Board Member Moreno here. Janie, I just have one question. What would it take for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology to require all schools to use the same time record?
All of them to use the same time record?
The time, like, so that time system, what would it require?
It would most likely it would require a law or regulation change to be so restrictive for the board to impose that every school mandate that they do something on a specific form would require a law change, because many schools are regulated by both us and some sort of governing body that accredits them, which is why many of them have digital records with modules and things like that, because they're also satisfying requirements through their accrediting body.
Board Member Wold. Hi, Jeannie.
Hi.
I just had one question. Due to the extensive lack of timekeeping, the redirection of including other schools, do you feel there's any relevance in this situation?
No, we find that the issues with other schools, specifically the ones that use geofencing, we haven't had many discrepancies on timekeeping, if any at all. When we were aware of those issues, we looked into it very seriously in consideration of forcing them to use a specific biometric, but the schools were able to satisfy any concerns that we had, the various schools.
And the amount of redirection, asking about other schools due to the extensive corrective actions, lack of compliance in this situation, is there any relevance comparing CILV to other schools?
No, we do not have comparable problems at other schools.
Would you consider these problems insurmountable?
Yes, that is why the complaint was brought forward.
And the reason why today we are here is because the corrective actions were not working. So you asked to come to present the school before the board.
That is correct.
And how often do we do these type of proceedings?
Very rarely.
Rarely, because usually the schools get in compliance.
Correct.
And when you do go to the school and you did the mock throughs and you did all the corrective actions and gave multiple chances for the cleanliness to improve, did you see that happen?
At the other schools, yes.
But at CILV?
No.
And then my other question was, we keep talking about this biometric time clock that she was the first to use it. However, how, due to the lack of time record keeping, would we say that it's being used sufficiently in the way it's intended to be used?
I'm not confident that it's being used correctly. There have been other students in other hearings that have gone on the record that repeatedly say the time clock doesn't work.
And did in the other proceedings, did students state that they took the records that state they're to remain on property, off property?
Yes, we also have been told that by other staff members.
And did we also, in other proceedings, did you hear that students were saying that they were marking their services after the fact?
Yes.
And that they were not signing that at the school?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Jeannie from board members? Okay.
Well, I've got some follow-up based on those questions.
You only get you don't get a chance to recross after the board members' questions, council. Your chance to recross is after.
Well, they've raised new questions that make me want to recross. I haven't recrossed at all.
It's not procedure, but do you have an objection? Because the problem when we do this, council, is then it starts the process all over again. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joseph. I was speaking over you. Okay. All right. We'll allow it. But the reason we do that is because this, otherwise we continue and then round around about Pander, because now he may want to ask questions about your questions. The board members may have new questions, and this will never end. That's why your chance to recross is after his questions only.
That's not my understanding of the law.
That's the Administrative Procedure Act, council, but he doesn't object, so this time we'll allow you to do that. Thank you.
Board member O'Brien, for the record, Joseph's mic is not on, so we did not hear his answer.
Molly, she's talking to you. Will you repeat what you just said?
I was just saying your mic was not on at the time when you were answering, so I wasn't sure what you had said, but it did get cleared up. I was just making a point that your mic is off.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. I'm not objecting.
Okay.
I'm going to let her proceed, but typically this isn't allowed under the Administrative Procedures Act. I'm going to give you leeway. I know this is the first
fine.
time. No, you could. I'm allowing you to go. I'm not going to object at all.
That's okay. I'm going to comply with the law then, if that's what you think the law is. So I'm going to move forward. Okay. Keep a clean record. At this time, I'll call Bertha.
Joseph Ostrino for the record. Bertha, are you available? Is that muted? Somebody might need to text her. Joseph Studio for the record.
Oh, she's unmuted.
Bertha Jackson here.
Todd, will you please swear
Yes,
her
I
in?
will. Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
you please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you.
Can she unmute her video or whatever?
Yeah, she should return the video on. There we go.
Good morning, Bertha. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. If you could refresh my memory, how long have you been on the staff?
I've been with the board for 11 years, or going on 11 years.
And your position that you started out with?
I started off as a service specialist.
And then what year did you change to a different position?
I'd have to go back, but I believe it was in 2019. I was promoted to lead service specialist.
And that's your current position?
No.
Okay. What position did you get promoted
From
to
there
after
in
that?
2020, I believe it was 2022. I was promoted to Chief Operating Officer for the board.
Thank you. In your various positions is can you generally summarize what your job functions are?
Yes, I supervise the licensing department. I also supervise testing. I supervise or conduct IT for the board and any operations for the board in its entirety.
Okay. And so you've been around for 11 years, just like my client, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that for the first 10 years and 9 months, from the time my client was licensed in March of 2015 through October of 2025, the board or the staff only required graduates from any of these schools to provide the certificate of completion and the final transcript. Is that correct? That was the standard practice?
To an extent, yes.
And now you are requiring the student curriculum sheets for every graduate of my client at this point. Is that correct?
If warranted, yes.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat that, please?
If warranted, yes.
And are you requiring any other schools to provide the student curriculum paperwork for
If
all those
warranted,
students?
yes.
Okay, which other schools have you required that in 2026?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but we have required other schools in state, out of state, in other countries, if warranted.
Well, let me ask you this. How do you know if it's warranted if you haven't looked at their paperwork?
When they submit an application, if there's any discrepancies with test dates, with enrollment dates that they include on their application, enrollment dates that are submitted on the actual portal, we ask for additional documentation.
Okay, so if the test dates are correct and the enrollment dates are correct in the portal, then you don't go any further, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So
in some cases, if there's another error found throughout the documents, every document is different. Every application is different. So
Yeah.
it really depends on that. I mean, if you have a specific application you want to ask me about, I can pull that information up. Yes.
No, my question is, is it the current procedure of the staff to continue to follow what they've done for the last 10 years and 9 months until October of 2025 with my client? Is it the current procedure that they only require schools to provide the certificate of completion and final transcript prior to testing?
Processes have changed over the last 11 years that I've been here based on regulations. So if the regulation has changed and requires us to ask for more, we ask for more. So the process has changed.
Okay, but are you requiring any school to provide their curriculum performance or module completion sheets like my client provided that are exhibits here?
Again, asked and answered if warranted, yes.
Okay. And so let me just ask you this. If a student at ABC school had really bad paperwork and didn't fill out the hours correctly on their curriculum student sheet, you wouldn't know that unless you asked for and saw those sheets. Isn't that a fair statement?
That is correct. Again, it falls under if warranted.
Right. But of course, if you actually audited every school's students' curriculum tracking sheets, that hasn't been done, has it?
It's not done by my department, no. But it is done by board staff, other board staff.
So is it your testimony that the staff is now conducting an audit of every single school's student curriculum records? Yes or no?
Yes.
Why are you laughing? Is there something funny about that?
No, I just like to smile. I'm sorry it offended you.
No, you didn't offend me. I like to smile too. I just didn't know. It's hard when you're not right here. You know, I didn't know if something happened or something. So the staff is auditing and all schools' curriculum records. That's what you just said.
Yes, it's been asked and answered. Yes.
And what staff members are conducting that audit?
I believe it's Erica Swick from the compliance department.
Okay. Do you know when that started?
Again, it's not from my department. I don't know.
That's fine. That's all I have for you. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Joseph Studio, for the record, I'm going to ask some of the same questions I asked Janie. Bertha, do you know how many corrective notices were?
Wouldn't object beyond the scope of the direct and relevance. He asked her all these questions at the last hearing. It's
well, let me ask a question first. Let me ask a question first.
Well, I have an objection on the table.
I'll withdraw the statement and I'll ask a question. How's that? Bertha, how many corrective notices was CILB issued regarding student records?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
A lot, a few. Can you speculate?
It's a lot.
More than 50?
I believe so, yes.
More than 100?
That I don't know.
Okay. Under NAC 644A.624, are schools required to maintain time records?
Yes.
Under the regulation, who validates those records?
The licensing department.
So the board, the cosmetology, the
Yes,
board of
the board,
cosmetology.
well, the board in its entirety, yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Recross.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You just testified that the staff has issued more than 50 corrective actions against my client related to student records. Is that that's your testimony, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, let's go through all those corrective actions and count. Because that doesn't seem anywhere right to me.
Okay.
Okay. Let's turn to exhibit 10. Exhibit 10 is the first corrective action that is in the file here. That doesn't have anything to do with student record keeping, does it? Look at page 82 and 83.
Okay, give me just one moment to review that. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So when you ask about corrective action, is it corrective action going back to
I'm
before
sorry, I
it's
can't see
required
you.
by law?
You're not going to be able to hear it.
Okay, what's the question?
The question was, when you're asking about the corrective actions that the board has taken or how many there have been, is it going back to when the school started or after 2024 when it was required in law?
Well, I don't know. Can we get you up on the screen here? I am following up on the question that you answered, and you said that my client has more than 50 corrective actions related to timekeeping. That was your testimony, correct?
That is correct, but it changes the answer if you're going back to when she first started 11 years ago, or if you're going after 2024 when it was required by law.
Well, anything that you have a record of, because I don't have a record of anything near 50 corrective actions related to timekeeping. So I'm very concerned that your testimony completely contradicts what's in this binder, which is what's right here, which is the basis for which you're asking this board to revoke my client's 11-year license.
Well,
there are not 50 corrective actions in exhibits in this case that relate to timekeeping. So that's where my confusion is.
I believe the citation and compliance review reports are not included in those documents,
They are included.
if I'm not mistaken.
They are in these exhibits.
I don't want to testify, but I
Give me one
don't.
moment.
Yeah.
They are in these exhibits. That's why I just pointed you to 10. I can go through. This is what we're here for. Trying to revoke my client's license for not compliance with record keeping. I would assume that if she had 50 corrective actions related to record keeping, you would have that in an exhibit. That would be what most attorneys do.
Correct. They are used in these from the student records to demonstrate all the violations. So if you go based off of just 3 examples, and there's more, 3 examples, could I please finish? If we go off of just those 3 examples of those students that were mentioned in this complaint, just those 3, it is more than 50.
Okay,
If we go past, please let me finish. If we go past and we include all the students that we have reviewed up to this point, we're looking at close to 1,000.
And that's based on school records,
student records, as stated at the beginning of my answer.
And why are you so you're saying that you've issued 1,000 corrective actions for student record keeping for my client? Because that never occurred.
Close to when we review these student records, if there's a violation and this is just an example, if there's a violation, if you looked at those first 3 students, the violations where they did not clock out for lunch correctly, they didn't take their 30-minute lunch, they did over 40 hours, they did
the students' records.
The student, again, that's what was in my testimony just a few minutes ago, where I stated we're going off of student records.
Okay. And you're saying that this board, or this, not the board, but this staff has issued 1,000 corrective warnings because that never occurred. I mean, you're testifying under oath. If we subpoena the entire record on my client, you're testifying under oath to this board that there are 1,000 corrective actions that have been issued by this staff to my client to make changes? Because I don't have those. I don't have anywhere close to those.
Because they're the same violations.
So you haven't issued 1,000.
We can.
Board Member O'Brien, we have to let Bertha finish. I can't understand or track where she's going because she has not been able to finish her train of thought, which might lead us to the answers that you're looking for, counsel. So if we can please let her finish, I would really appreciate that. Go ahead, Bertha.
Thank you. So for example, again, if they're the same violation that has been, I guess, violated, the same NRS that has been violated over and over and over and over and over for the same student, those, we're counting each one of those. We're not just counting one. Please let me finish. If we're counting just by that one violation, yes, it was maybe 3 for this student, 3 for that student, 4 for that student. But if you count every single instance, which is what we are doing, you have to count each instance because it's showing a repeat pattern.
So are you finished?
Let me finish, please. it is showing poor record keeping. And that was, you can proceed.
Please direct me to the exhibit in this case that represents the first corrective action directed to my client specifically for for record keeping, only record keeping. Please direct me to the page in this binder that shows the first corrective action issued to my client that for record keeping.
Give me just one moment. And could you also, while I'm looking this up, could you also look up where the corrective warnings are listed in our law? Because I can't find that. I'm still looking for the page number, but I believe it's in Exhibit 2. Give me just a moment.
Exhibit 2 is on page 5.
She knows where exhibit 2 is. Trying to find it. I don't think there's a corrective action in there.
No, I don't want this. I'm gonna tear it. I'll bring it back. Never asked for a binder. Don't ever ask me for a binder.
So in Exhibit 2, it's an audit of all the student records. And I believe Exhibit.
And I'm asking specifically for corrective action notices. That's the question. Corrective action notices related to school records.
Okay.
Because that was the question that you answered and said there were over 1,000. So I'm interested to see where those are in this file. corrective action notices related to student record keeping?
So in my testimony, I believe I stated that as of now, with all the student records that we've reviewed, which are not, the rest of those student records are not in this disciplinary hearing paperwork. With that, it is a total of almost 1,000. Those student records are not included in here.
Can you please answer my question and let's go through the exhibits?
Yes, let me review them and I'd be glad to
Okay.
answer your question.
That would be great. I'm looking for corrective actions issued to my client regarding record keeping.
So going back since July of 2025, she has 4 citations and 9 compliance reviews since July of 2025. I'm still going through. Give me just a moment.
Okay, that's not any of those. None of those have to do with record keeping. So please answer my question, because none of those that you just mentioned have anything to do with record keeping. And this is very important because the board is being asked to revoke my client's license that she has had for 11 years based on a failure and insurmountable ability to correct these records when she has never received a corrective action for record keeping ever in this file, much less 1,000. So let's focus on the question, which is corrective actions regarding record keeping, because my complete analysis and study of this, every exhibit in this case, does not show any, 0.
Let me continue to go through those exhibits just a moment.
Okay, we've got all the time you need because it's important to my client's livelihood.
Okay, so going through on Exhibit 3, this is going back to February 1st of 2020, where the school and the owner were notified of the requirements under NAC 644A.610, where it states a school of cosmetology shall register each student with the board within 45 days. This starts off the school records.
Okay, so
And
that's
then it lists-
not.
If I could please finish. So this goes on to list all the students that at that time were not enrolled correctly in the portal and were not withdrawn correctly in the portal.
That's a portal enrollment issue. That's not okay.
That is conducted through the school. The school starts the enrollment. The school notifies us of an enrollment. If we see that a student wasn't enrolled correctly, or if they were enrolled and never withdrawn correctly, we need to notify the school, because the student's trying to test and we don't have a copy of their withdrawal or their completion. So we
Okay.
can't then, at that point, we can't perform our duties and process their application if we don't have the correct records from the school. So that's
Okay,
one. Let me
Okay.
keep going through these documents and I'll bring up the rest. Just a moment.
Corrective actions.
I
That's the question.
understand. I understand.
Okay. Well,
Just
that's
let
not
me-
a corrective
if-
action though.
Every time I have to get onto a different screen to answer your question, I pulled away from being able to look it up. If you could give me just a few minutes. Thank you.
You know, I can probably direct you if you'd like, because I know where all the corrective actions are in here. Would that help? You want me to help you?
Oh, that would
Go
be
to all the
great.
corrective
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. All right, let's do that so we can move it along here. So the first correction action I see is Exhibit 10, and it has 0 to do with student record keeping. Can you confirm that that has 0 to do with student record keeping?
Let me go to that page just a moment.
Okay.
So are we going to disregard exhibits 2 and 3 then?
I'm taking.
Or are we going in order, or are we just picking and choosing, I guess?
What we're doing is we're doing something called corrective action notices. You know the format it takes. It
I
says,
understand that. I
here's-
understand that,
I'm
but
not
we
done
have
with
to,
my question, please. If I could finish my question.
of course.
I am asking a very specific question. It is for a corrective action that is issued to a school that says, this is not a citation, this is a corrective action. We are asking you to get the following things in order, and you've got like 30 days or whatever, a certain date to take that corrective action. And I am asking you to point out to me the 1,000 corrective actions allegedly related to timekeeping records, and I don't see any in here. I don't see 0. I see none in here. I don't see any corrective action in this entire binder related to timekeeping.
Again, you are taking my
Hold on, Bertha. I need to object. I gotta object. It misstates testimony, and I'm trying to give you a lot of leeway here, but I feel like you're starting to badger her.
I'm just trying to get an answer. When somebody, my client's entire livelihood and well-being is at stake. And when somebody makes a comment like she made under oath that there have been 1,000 corrective actions issued on record keeping, when there is not one for record keeping in this exhibits that pursuant to your evidence that you're trying to put on to get my client shut down, that's an issue. I withdraw the question. I will let the board review the records and see that there are none, because I don't want to waste more time. I withdraw the question.
Since we're going back and forth on points of law, I will say that the regulation did change as far as notices for corrective action, and that's why that's why you're trying to compare older notices and Bertha's trying to show you newer, like older stuff.
Well, okay, show me something newer in here that says that's providing corrective action on timekeeping. Should be easy.
That she's muted.
You're muted.
So going back, one example of the corrective actions from the inspection report on July 30th, 2025.
What exhibit?
Just a moment. This might not be in the complaint. It looks like we used the student records to issue this violation. So let me pull up the student record just a moment.
Bertha, I gotta hold on. We gotta if you want her to, I'll allow it, but we gotta enforce the same rule we did with Jamie. I mean, you got very upset.
I'm asking her to look in the exhibits that are before this.
She's going outside of the exhibits.
I just feel like I'm having to go over the same exhibits that were given to them as an example. She's asking me the questions and I can give her those questions, but this document is about this thick. And you're
Okay,
asking me to, please let me finish answering.
He needs to say something.
You're asking me to go through every single document in that complaint. Again, the complaint to pull all those 50.
Oh, it's 50 now. Okay.
Well, no. Let me finish because yes, I had testified that it was 50. Now going through all the other student records that again I had stated were not in this complaint. It has surmounted to 1,000, close to 1,000.
Well, let me just say this. I'm entitled to due process. My client is entitled to due process, and my client cannot be put out of business for records that are not a part of this proceeding, that haven't been presented as the exhibits and given us notice and an opportunity to review them. That's not fair. It's not just. And that's not what the question is. The question is in the evidence in this case, and the evidence in this case is the exhibit binder. Where are the 50 to 1,000 corrective actions for timekeeping? Because I don't see any.
Was there an objection in there, counsel? I feel like there was.
I don't know. I'm trying to get, I think we should just all be quiet and let her go through the exhibits and find. I mean, I asked her to look, I was trying to guide her because I know where all the corrective actions are in here. I'm trying to guide her through the exhibit binder to show her that the corrective actions that are in this binder don't have anything to do with timekeeping.
I understand that, but you're asking me to go through over 30, or you're asking me to go through 30 exhibits that have numerous documents attached to each exhibit. So if you're patient enough, please give me some time so I can go through this.
Okay, but what I'm trying to do is guide you to the corrective actions in this exhibit binder. Would you like me to help you do that or not?
No, I would prefer to go through them on my own if you don't.
Okay.
Council, Joseph Jr. for the record. I know we're in the middle of a question, but I need a bathroom break. Is that all right? Is that fine?
I think that sounds great because she wants to go through each rather than meet director there. And I want to give her the time to find the 1,000 or 50 in here that I don't think exists. So let's all take a break.
Madam Chair, is that okay?
Board Member Bryant, yes, let's meet back here in 5.
Thank you.
As long as the witness doesn't talk to anybody in the middle of the pending question.
Yeah, and Ms. Jackson, you're not allowed to talk to anyone about the pending question while we're on break. Thank you.
And you could request.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, maybe why don't you do that?
You keep your camera on during the break. It's just only because there's a pending question and you're still on under oath. Sorry about that.
All right, everyone, let's break.
Recording in progress.
Bertha, not trying to rush you. Do you have a ETA or how much more do you still got?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just waiting for you guys. I'm ready
Oh.
to proceed. Sorry about that.
That's my fault. I assumed you were gonna like signal when you were ready.
Oh no,
I-
I went through them and I got my
All right, no problem.
samples ready.
We'll let the chair call it back and then we'll be going. Oh, Molly, you're muted. So sorry.
Sorry about that. We're going to get back started. The time is 12:04 p.m. So if you'd like to pick up, Counselor, you can.
Bertha, you go ahead and answer the question if you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. So for example, my first example is going to be in Exhibit 2, page 2 through 12, where multiple emails directing the school to provide enrollment documentation and student records were sent. Exhibit 3, in its entirety, requests to address missing or incomplete student records. Exhibit 4, there's directives to correct and supply student documentation. Exhibit 5, communications and identifying deficiencies in student records requiring corrections. Exhibit 6, request to update and correct enrollment data. Exhibit 7, repeated directives to provide transcripts and verify enrollment records. Exhibit 8, request for missing student information. Exhibit 9, directives addressing discrepancies in enrollments and withdrawal records. Exhibit 10, request for required student documentation. Exhibit 12, communications directing corrective updates to student records. Exhibit 14, request for missing documentation. In Exhibit 15, communications identifying record-keeping deficiencies and requiring further action. Exhibit 16, directives to provide and correct student records. Exhibit 17 held multiple pages throughout, extensive and repeated communications directing the school to correct, clarify, and provide student records, including enrollments, withdrawals, and transcripts. Exhibit 18, communications directing the school to provide and correct student record information. Exhibit 21, emails requesting student enrollment information related to documentation. Exhibit 22, communications addressing missing or incomplete student records and required documentation. Exhibit 23, emails directing the school to provide student files and verify record accuracy. Exhibit 24, requests for student documentation and clarification of enrollment records. Exhibit 25, email transmitting a school report related to compliance and requiring record keeping, including student documentation. An email in this same exhibit, emails addressing deficiencies in documentation and failure to produce required student records during inspection. Exhibit 26, communications requesting updated enrollment data and student records. Exhibit 27, emails directing correction of student documentation and record keeping deficiencies. Exhibit 28, requests for student records including enrollment and transcript related information. Exhibit 29, communications addressing discrepancies in enrollment and withdrawal records. Exhibit 30, emails requesting production of student documentation and verification of records. It is important to note that a lot of these were not suitable offenses up until late 2024. So they were technically informal notifications via email or through audits.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
I didn't hear what happened in some year. The law required formal corrective action notices be issued. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What year was that?
Late 2024. So prior to that, they were done via email.
Where in this binder is there a formal corrective action notice that complies with the law as of late of 2024 regarding timekeeping?
Jen asked and answered.
No, she hasn't. It's a very specific question. I haven't even asked this question.
I'll withdraw the objection, but
There's no violation that speaks specifically to timekeeping, if I'm not mistaken.
And there's no formal corrective action form in this binder regarding timekeeping.
Again, correct. It's not in our schedule. I believe this is a Janie question, but I believe it's not in the schedule of fines. So we can't issue a citation for something that there's no fine for.
Okay, but there's a difference between a citation/fine and corrective action, correct?
That if I'm not mistaken, again, this is in Janie's purview, but I believe that's what the citation is, or that's what the violation would be, a corrective
Are you-
action. If I'm not mistaken, again, this is not citations, that's under compliance.
So if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, you don't know the difference between a formal citation and a corrective action? Is that what you just testified to?
You asked if we had issued one, correct?
No,
After
I did, but
2024, I'm allowing you to continue to talk.
Do you know the difference between a citation and a corrective action?
Yes, I do.
What's the difference?
If I'm not mistaken, the corrective action is a notice that's given to the school to correct any issues that they're having with anything. And in regards to the citations, it's a citation that comes with a violation attached, with a fine attached. And if I'm not mistaken, corrective actions don't have citations attached to them.
Nowhere in this exhibit binder is there a corrective action form related to timekeeping, correct? Yes or no?
Just a moment. That is correct. It was all through emails because it wasn't codified in law.
So no corrective action notices in this whole exhibit binder
Asked
regarding
and
time.
answered.
Okay. Next question. Please confirm that there are no citations in this large exhibit binder regarding timekeeping.
No.
There are none, correct?
Answered no.
Meaning, I just want to make sure, when you say no, there are not, no, you're saying there are none in this binder, correct? That's what you mean, correct?
That's what no means yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have of this witness.
Just redirect so I can go again.
Go ahead.
Bertha, can the board write citations for timekeeping issues?
I'm sorry.
To my knowledge, there's no, can I please answer? To my knowledge, there's no reg in place that allows us to cite for timekeeping.
So it would have to go before the board. I would have to file a complaint with violations of law and have it go before the board for timekeeping issues.
That is correct. I believe that's why we're here today.
Those are all my questions.
Board members?
Board Member O'Brien, Board Member Wold, I can't hear you.
Thank you. Board member Wold, Bertha, per the emails, I'm not going to go too far into them, but although there is no formal corrective action in the emails, regarding timekeeping. Can you just give like a brief summary of what the direction was?
I believe going back in the emails, we had emailed the school several times regarding students' information that wasn't in there correctly. So they were either not withdrawn, they weren't enrolled, students that were missing records where we needed to verify either the transcript, the enrollment agreement, just to pinpoint when they started. We had notified the school several times of this going back to, if I'm not mistaken, 2019. It has been a continued battle in this, and it just with like enrollment records and student information.
Okay, board member Woods here. There's exhibit 4 speaks to when one of the staff members, it says to Janie, I don't know if this is Bertha or Janie, Thursday, June 25th, 2020, so 6 years ago. There were practices showing that a student didn't have a social security number or ITIN. They just used her green card number to create the account. My concern is that she's enrolled in the courses at CILV in March. Her enrollment was 3/18. She completed the program 6/4/2020. There's no way to complete a 600-hour course within that time frame. With things of this instance, was it typical for a green card number to be used for a student?
No, I believe in the portal it asks for a social security number. It specifically states SSN number. So you fill that information out. Then a similar number that we have allowed is the ITIN number, but never have we ever used a green card number.
Okay, and then they use that, and then how long does it typically take to complete the program? For it looks like it was nails.
It's roughly about 4 to 5 months.
And this person started 3/18/2020 and completed 6/4/2020. Is that possible to do?
No, not unless you're violating the laws that go over the 40 hours per week or the 10 hours per day.
Okay. And then in the other instances where students aren't being enrolled on time, what is the typical procedure for that when you guys see students aren't being admitted, enrolled correctly within the time frame?
I believe now it's a citable offense if a school doesn't enroll them within, I think it's 45 days of their enrollment. A lot of students, if we find that they've submitted an application for testing and there's no record on file, or the school just barely submitted their enrollment and then turned around next day or same day sometimes, submitted their completion, that's when we start asking for the enrollment paperwork so that we can determine the exact date of enrollment. And that goes for all schools.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have at this time.
Board Member O'Brien, Bertha, can you think back to right before we went for the break, you were looking for those exhibits, and you mentioned in your testimony about there was 1,000. Can you refresh my memory on the word, what you were looking for? 1,000 what?
So if I'm not mistaken, she asked how many corrective actions were taken against the school. In this complaint, clearly there's more than 50. That was my recollection, just 50, because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to go over 100 because, again, I was not sure. But if you add up all the students we've reviewed up until now, again, all those students that we've reviewed are not all in this complaint. If we were to go back and add those to this complaint, we're looking at more than 1,000.
And is that something that you would look at or address or bring to the attention of any school in this scenario where this was going on?
Yes, yes. It doesn't just go to me, it goes to compliance because again, it's in their purview to cite if they've violated any of those. They would then take it from there. We just notify them, say, hey, we're going through this student's account. We noticed that they violated this, this, and this reg. And then they take it from there. Our purpose is to review that student's documentation and see if they are eligible to test.
In your experience, and not to bring in other schools, but just using your experience when this situation does arise with other schools, do you find that when it's addressed to the school registrar that they try to rectify that and it doesn't happen again in the future? Or if it does, do you see it being an ongoing issue that requires immediate attention and potentially coming before the board?
So a couple of things. So we try not to, if this ex-student, because now they're a graduate and an applicant to us, if there's been any issues with their record, we notify compliance, and I believe Erica is the go-to person for the schools. We let her know, hey, can you notify the schools or remind the schools that they need to make sure that they're enrolling students correctly, make sure that they're keeping these records or whatever the issue may be. We notify her so that way it goes out to, we're hoping that that notification goes out to all the schools so that it's just kind of like a reminder, a refresher. If it's an ongoing issue with one specific school, we do notify them again. They're the contact person for those schools. They're the communications person for that school. And they take it from there.
Okay.
So we do try to give them an opportunity to fix any issues. If it's sometimes if it's an easy fix, like, oh, you didn't put their birth date in right. Please make sure moving forward you guys put in their birth dates right or whatever. If it's something small like that, when it comes to being, again, repetitive issues, we do notify compliance so that they can take that on for if they're either visiting the school, retraining, anything that they feel is necessary, they can handle that from there.
And that's kind of the goal, right? To like educate and get into compliance so that these can become less and less or just completely disappear altogether, these errors or oversights and things like that.
Yes.
That's always the goal.
I mean, the goal is to get these people licensed to make sure that they're trained properly and that they're going out in the public and not harming them. Our goal is to protect the public. Unfortunately, it's not to protect licensees, schools, or anything like that. It's to protect the public. It's to make sure that the person that we're allowing to go test and get a license has the knowledge that they're not going to go and either burn them, cut them, whatever it is, cause an infection, that they're not going to go out there and harm the public.
Are there other schools that you deal with that have such high numbers that you're witnessing with CILV? Oh,
No.
You're muted. No.
No.
I know that mute button.
That's tricky.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Wealth, I just have one more question, Ms. Bertha. So in Exhibit 12, we have the school inspection report from March 5th, 2024. In this, it speaks to there not being a sufficient amount of instructors or instructors that are licensed for the appropriate program, supposedly instructing. It speaks to Denise stating that they were short for the day, but there was 59 students to the 2 instructors. So my first question is, I'm not sure if this is a Janie question, is if there's not sufficient amount of instructors for the appropriate subject, what is the procedure for that?
If there's not enough instructors, again, this will be a Janie, but I do know this answer is if there's not enough instructors for the students, the school cannot be open at the time. They need to make sure that they're closed for the day.
So that would be a violation for the school to be operational without sufficient instructors.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then my other question in this email speaks to, since there isn't formal corrective actions, but we do have these awesome emails to reference everything that was going on. It says at the time there was 3 advanced estheticians on site. However, the equipment for the advanced aesthetic program was locked in a closet. It was not readily available for students to use. So in that case, if your programs, I don't know if this is a Janie question, but if your program supplies are not accessible to you, is it possible to get your hours and then to not have your instructor, or would it be a violation to say you got hours and credit for that day?
Again, I believe this is a Janie question. Somewhat familiar with it. It is a violation. In my opinion, it is a violation because how can you teach properly if you have the equipment stored away from those students? How are you teaching them correctly if you're not providing them with the tools necessary to train and be taught?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Because per the email, it just says the school is licensed for advanced aesthetics. The school has students enrolled in the portal. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The school is licensed for advanced aesthetics. The school has students enrolled in the portal who are in the advanced aesthetics program, and there were students present who were participants of the school's advanced program. It says provide accurate, the plan of action for this one was provide accurate information regarding the advanced aesthetics program. If it is being offered, the equipment needs to be available for student use and up to date with most current requirements. The curriculum needs to be updated to the most current requirements. If being offered, the school needs to provide documentation regarding the students enrolled for that program. So I just speak to that for the fact that if the equipment is not available, how can students get their hours? Which is also, I would say a consideration for timekeeping. And I know the equipment not being available was a really big issue in this case. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any other board members that have questions for Bertha?
No.
Okay, then I think, Counselor, you can call your next witness if you'd like.
Erica.
Okay.
Do you want to break for lunch, or do you want to call?
Erica should be quick.
Okay.
I would
Okay.
think do Erica real quick and then break for lunch. I have like 2 questions for her.
Okay.
Okay.
Did I say for public record this is America? Oh, okay.
Do you use equipment during theory? You don't, right? You don't use equipment during theory.
All right, Ms. Swick, can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How long have you been on staff?
I've been with the board since November of 2021, end of November.
And what is your position?
Currently, I'm a regulatory compliance specialist.
And did you have a different title previously?
I was a service specialist when I initially started.
When did you become a regulatory compliance specialist?
I believe it was March of 2024.
What does your job functions include?
I specifically work with the schools. So I assist the schools with being in compliance, doing the school inspections, while also helping assist with other regulatory issues with salons and our compliance emails, phone calls.
I just brought you on as a witness to ask a specific question because Bertha indicated that you were the one that had the information. So the question is your department doing an audit of the and requesting the student curriculum performance records for every single school?
During audits, I do ask for the students' information, whatever's in their folder, whether it's their attendance records, contracts, information the school has.
That my question is the staff doing an audit of the student records, their curriculum records for every single school?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes, I ask for all student records for for a handful of students from every school.
And that just started when?
I believe it was 2025.
Okay. And that student records, their records weren't required to be produced before that time?
They were always required. I was just new to the role and trying to do little by little.
Okay. So right now you're in the process of reviewing the student enrollment, not the enrollment forms. I'm talking about the student curriculum forms where the student has the obligation to keep track of, did they do 4 hours of theory and 1 hour of modeling or whatever? That's what do we call that? What do you call that? The student curriculum record?
That's different for every school.
Okay.
Some schools have written requirements. Some have the modules in which the students are enrolled, and it will show on their attendance. It's different for every school, which is why I request the students' records.
That's all I have. Thank you. Okay. Well, one more question. In theory classes, in advanced aesthetics, do they use the laser equipment in theory classes?
The actual equipment?
Yeah.
I believe theory is defined in the regulation, and without looking at the top of my head, I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I know it is for the practical, but I couldn't tell you what the definition of theory is.
Okay. And let me ask you one more question. Is the laser equipment required by statute to be in the advanced aesthetic classroom at all times, even when the either theory or practical that day does not involve the laser and they're on a different topic?
Yes.
And what statute requires that?
It's the regulations for equipment requirements. I believe it's the NEC, is it 603? 603.
And it says it has to be in the room even if you're not using it?
It's required in the school.
So in the school?
Yes.
It doesn't have to be in the exact room?
I mean, it says the school.
Okay. The statute says it got to be in the school. Gotcha. Thank you. That's all I have.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for. Oh, I'm on. Do I know?
Yeah.
Oh. Good afternoon, everybody. So I just have a couple questions. And I'm sorry, I missed your name. What was your name again?
Erica Swick.
Hey, Erica. Erica, you're not an expert on curriculum or like what requirements are as far as what textbooks are required or whether equipment's required to be in a room or not?
I mean, the regulation states what's required of the schools for requirements and curriculum, but as far as we can't recommend one book over another.
Okay. Under NAC 644A.624, are schools required to maintain time records?
Yes.
Under the regulation, who validates those records?
Well, the school, and then we would verify that the records are correct, or that the school has to track their students' records, and then we would check the students' records to see that they're there.
That they're valid?
Yeah.
Okay. No more questions. Thank you, Erica.
Board members, do we have any questions for Erica?
No.
Board member O'Brien, Erica, I have a question for you. Once you ask or request these documents from the school and you go through them, what are you looking for?
That there is record that they have their names will match Social Security if they have it is on either the contract, their contract enrollment agreement. Everyone uses different verbiage. Has the student's name, the program that they're in, the hours. Usually, if there's a transfer of hours, I try to make sure that there is a letter of credit on there, that they have asked the correct question of if the student completed 10th grade or higher. And then once records are submitted, I do usually check to see if on those visits of the schools, if the student was there, that I also saw that they were there.
So some of the discrepancies that we see in this case with the exhibits, they were found by you?
There were a few, yes.
Okay.
Board member
What is
Moreno
the-
here.
Oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
I have a follow-up. What is the next steps once you see those discrepancies? What do you do next?
I do, depending on what the issue is, would email the school for clarification. So for example, if a student is showing on their system as an advanced esthetician, however, they have hours as an esthetician, I would ask for clarification of what the discrepancy would be and why. Just basically asking what is the reason for the issue or the error.
Okay. And then after reaching out to the school, what happens then?
If I get the answer that I need, I would then advise them moving forward. This is what the situation should be. It should be very clear. This is what's required. This is what needs to be done.
Did you have these conversations with the school, CILB?
I can remember one particular student where the system showed her as an advanced esthetician hours. However, she was still in the esthetician program at the time and requesting clarification, and it was not necessarily resolved. However, I said moving forward, please make sure that it is very clear in the time record.
Okay. Is that your extent of communication with the school in this case?
For that particular case, yes.
Looking at the records that you gathered from the school and comparing them to the other ones, did you see this as being on par with others, a little bit abnormal, a lot abnormal?
I would say that I had to ask a few more questions for clarification or request additional information as it was not straightforward.
Okay. Did you feel that the situations that you had questions about were repetitive in any nature, or were they singular?
There were consistent issues of letters of credit not being requested, or questions with the programs the student was enrolled in and which start date was the student's start date. Those were the more consistent questions.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have a question, Karen?
Board Member Moreno here. When someone enrolls into the advanced aesthetic class, how many hours of theory is required for the advanced aesthetics?
I believe it's 160. It's 10%, 10 to 13% of the total hours. And without having a calculator, it would be the 900 hours with the 10% to 13%.
Yeah, just need to know that.
Board Member, are you done? I'm sorry. Board Member Wold, Miss Erica, hi.
Hi.
I'm still on this looking at the school inspection report from Exhibit 12. That day there were some violations observed for maintain apparatus and equipment sufficient to teach all of its curriculum. The shampoo bowls were not operable, good repair, kept clean, et cetera, et cetera. What would you say the sanitation conditions were of the floor when you inspected it?
From that inspection.
Yeah.
Okay. The floor itself, let me see if I can pull up the pictures, because I would say usually if there is debris or dirt, visible debris or dirt.
Yeah. Sorry, Exhibit 12. Because there's quite a few, but this is just the one I'm pointing out of the failing to keep in good repair and lack of sanitation. So that's what I know. We've talked a lot about timekeeping, but I'm also like the floor cleanliness.
So what I'm referring to in that compliance review was the shampoo bowls. There were a few that were marked out of order. So that would mean that those are not in good working condition. As well as, I believe, yes, the shampoo bowls. There were several found inoperable. And then
I know we spoke to the mold in the email. It said walls
Yes.
have not been found kept clean or in good repair.
Yes, the wall as well by the washer dryer, which during previous inspections, I believe, was concerned for mold. I was not in those inspections. This, I believe, was one of the first ones I had. And so I saw the difference from the first inspection photos to this one. And there were a few areas that looked as if it wasn't necessarily repaired, as if it just, because you could see the paint, whether it was painted over or repaired, it was not clear.
Okay. And then Exhibit 13, May 16th, the clock system was down. And then there was more failure to comply with wall, floors, ceilings, furnishing, equipment. This also, oops, it just showed to a broken, sorry, my screen just went. Can you just speak to that inspection as what you experienced there? And if overall, if you saw an improvement of sanitation on the floor and operable equipment?
I wouldn't necessarily say that anything had improved, as there were still different issues. The shampoo bowl, this time it was the faucet was not attached. And then there were issues of the chairs and styling stations being broken. As well as the wall looked like it was in the same condition as before, possibly with more spots.
And if you could give a collective summary of your time spent at CLV, what you witnessed, and your experience as a compliance specialist, what would you say about the school?
Every visit had something different. Sometimes it was difficult trying to find students. Sanitation and status of the equipment remained the same. I didn't necessarily see significant changes. I did see, if there was a cabinet broken, the next visit it might be working, but then the next visit it might not be working again.
Okay. And as a compliance specialist, if with your experience, do you feel that they could possibly make improvement after all of this time, all of the emails back and forth? Do you see any desire to improve?
Initially I did. However, the visits didn't represent what was always being dictated in emails for the changes.
So you felt like the attitude was positive through email, but in person it wasn't that transparent.
It was slightly different, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, do any other board members have questions for Erica? Okay. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have another witness that you'd like to call?
I do, but did you want to take a lunch break before we start? It's 1 o'clock.
I feel like staff does need a break. Yeah.
That's fine. We can go to lunch.
I would like to break for lunch. I'm gonna have to get there.
Yeah. How long do you want? No, I'm
Now.
okay.
No.
Is that okay, Molly?
I didn't
mean,
hear.
Madam
Sorry.
Chair.
I didn't hear.
She's
Sorry.
she's asking.
Go there.
She's asking for a 1 hour lunch. Is that all right? Come back.
No, that's inappropriate. We can do 30 to 45 minutes. That's max.
Well, I mean, I just have to get there and get back.
Right.
30
30 to 45 minutes.
30 minutes.
1:30.
Yeah, 1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. We're coming back at 1:30. That's fine. All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Madam Chair, I think we're ready to go back on record.
Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
Yeah, could you put on the record?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, members of the board, Madam Chair. Sorry for the delay. We had a conversation in the back to try to work things out, but I think we've both ended. Council, will you confirm that we've decided to proceed with the rest of today?
Yes, we've decided to proceed with the rest of today, and it's probably doubtful that we'll finish today, and then we can attempt to try to amicably resolve it between now and the next hearing date, since for various reasons you and I were not able to connect despite my wishes during the break and despite my request to meet and talk during the break between these two hearings. So yes.
Thank you.
We would, everybody wants to try to amicably resolve it, but we don't have enough time right now with the board waiting here to work things out. And so we're going to go forward with my client's testimony now. And then, I mean, given the hour, it's doubtful that we'll finish. So hopefully we can settle it before the next hearing. If you return my calls and my emails.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for your patience. Yeah. I'd like to proceed if.
Okay, let's go ahead and go forward. And then for the record, if this does have to continue to a new day, there needs to be a conversation held between you two prior to leaving so that everyone's on the same page as far as communication, etc., as there are rules in place for how and when you can communicate with them. So if we can make sure that that happens, please. I don't like the blame game that's being insinuated at this moment. Thank you. If you would like to call your next witness, we can go ahead and go forward.
Denise Dixon.
Ms. Dixon, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Denise.
Good afternoon.
What is the name of your salon? I mean, your school?
The Cosmetology Institute of Las Vegas.
And when did your school first become licensed?
March of 2015.
And did you truthfully and accurately complete every information on the application for your license?
Yes.
Could she speak up?
Yes.
And you received 5 renewals of your license since it was initially issued, is that correct?
Yes.
At any point in time in the last 11 years, has anyone with the staff or board inquired about your misdemeanor past record?
No.
Were you under any obligation to provide that to anybody pursuant to the laws?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you feel like you have turned your life around since that issue in the past?
That's kind of hard to answer without fully disclosing the nature of the situation. I didn't intentionally do anything to commit any fraud in my previous business. I was given a gross misdemeanor for failure to maintain adequate records. it was due to lack of supervision of staff that I took accountability for. And that was why I was given the gross misdemeanor.
Has your business, have you and or your businesses received various awards over the years?
Yes.
And I think we have some exhibits here in evidence. In 2019, Exhibit A, we could put up Exhibit A. Lauren, are you the exhibit lady? Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I guess it's in Exhibit A has multiple awards, so we'll start with that one. This, sorry. Okay, I was just gonna go in date order. But the first one was in 2019. You received the Small Business of the Year by the Urban Chamber of Commerce, is that correct?
Yes.
The next award looks like it's the Las Vegas Review Journal. You've got the Best Trade and Technical School for 2021. Is that correct? The bronze winner?
Yes.
And the next one in this exhibit is in 2022, Nevada Business Decision Makers Magazine. You won the award for Small But Mighty. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you proud of these awards and achievements that you've been able to accomplish with this business?
I am.
Tell me about the community that your business serves. Is it upscale, rich people, or is it underprivileged, or is there certain demographics that your school
We have a diverse group of students who come to the school. I primarily, when I wanted to go into school ownership, it was because of the work that I was already doing in the community with single teenage moms who had an interest in the beauty industry. Owning a school was always a goal of mine, and I decided to move forward with that. In 2014 is when I started that process, and just to be able to give opportunity to underprivileged girls in the community who wanted to create opportunity for themselves.
And so you decided to open this cosmetology school, and you opened it in 2015, correct?
Yes.
And that was 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And you've never been cited to appear before the board before, have you?
No.
All corrective actions or warnings that you were formally issued, you have made those corrections, is that correct?
Yes.
And all the citations or fines that you received over the years, you've paid those, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you ever received a formal corrective action regarding student timekeeping records?
No, I once we realized that the board was asking for additional documentation and learned that our students were being held from testing, I did start asking for information as to why. And I was being told of these discrepancies, and I had to ask several times for a list of the discrepancies so that I could get in position to correct them.
And that first occurred in what, September, October of 2025?
It was October following the training that we requested from the board because we had a lot of miscommunication, misinformation, and when they came to our campus to do an inspection early September, I did request from Janie and Erica if they could conduct a training for my staff so that we could all get on the same page, and they conducted that training for me. I thought we were on path to doing things in the manner in which they were requesting. And then I learned about the new situation of students not being able to test.
Okay. And in December, on December 24th of 2025, did you receive some clarification and guidance on what they wanted you to do in the future regarding timekeeping and various matters?
Yeah, so I sent quite a few emails about this situation and was continuously told that they could not give me any information because they were no longer my student, that the student had to call and get the information for themselves. I was getting multiple calls from students who were threatening to get legal counsel. I didn't understand what was going on, so it just had me kind of in an uproar to try to figure out what was happening. I requested to have a meeting with Janie, Bertha, and Stephen. I ended up having a virtual meeting with Janie and Bertha, who were pointing out some of the discrepancies, but still said that they were going to continue with their review of student documents.
When was that?
That was in, I believe, the beginning of November
Of 2025?
of 2025.
And then in December 24th of 25, Janie sent you an email with attached suggestions and guidance that per your request?
Yes, after I spoke with Stephen, I did mention to him that I wanted to see what those discrepancies were so that I could correct them, and he said that he would have his staff send me over those discrepancies.
And that's what you received on December 24th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Lauren. I'm sorry to everybody. I forgot to get her to mark this, but I can go on to another question. And what exhibit number is this? This is going to be H, Exhibit H.
Oh, I know.
Do we want to proceed while she's getting that, or do you want to wait?
Here, it's under Exhibit 30.
Exhibit 30 doesn't have the attachment, though. Oh, it does? My copy doesn't. Well, if it's there, then we don't need it twice. But my copy that I was sent doesn't have an attachment. So if yours has the attachment, we can go with that. Okay, so then we can tell her we have it. Thank you, Stephen. So that's not Exhibit 8. We'll save that for later. Sorry, they already have it. Okay. Thank you. It's basically this.
Mhm.
Yeah. Can you go to the front page of it though, please? Okay. I mean, yeah, that. Okay. Is this a copy? Is Exhibit 30 a copy of the email that you received from Janie on December 24th of 2025?
Yes.
And what is it? Just because it's hard to read, does it say, "Good afternoon, Denise. Please see attached suggestions and guidance as requested to get the school on a proper footing and moving forward into compliance with past and current laws and regulations. If you have any questions or concerns, please let us know. Thank you, Janie."
Yes.
So this email confirms that you were the one that had requested more guidance so that you could make corrections to these records moving forward and get them done the way the staff wanted them done. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you been attempting to or implementing all these changes that they requested in Exhibit 30 since you received it on December 24th of 2025?
Yes, once I received the list of discrepancies, they already had a copy of my original standard operating procedures. Once I received this list of discrepancies, I did go in and modify those standard operating procedures, and I held a training with my staff during our winter break to bring them up to speed with the things that the board were finding as discrepancies so that we would do things differently moving forward.
And are you currently implementing these new procedures and doing everything in your power to try to come into compliance with what the regulations and laws are and what the staff expects of you?
Yes, I've even hired additional admin support that I hired prior to the passing of my school director. And we have been working diligently to make sure that our records are, consistent and that the students are not continuing to have this issue upon completion of their program.
And do you take full accountability for the problems that have occurred in the past and are willing to do everything in your power to move forward to get this to be in full compliance?
I take accountability for the issues that they are seeing as discrepancies. I have been doing everything to the best of my ability through the lack of guidance that I've had over the years. I went through my national accreditation in 2019. I did receive that. So the things that they're even looking at as discrepancies now were not even things that were required during my national accreditation. So these documents that they were showing as discrepancies were just additional documents that I wanted to implement to make sure that the students were completing the necessary hours and doing the necessary practical training that was required.
Have you ever intentionally done anything to not comply with the statutes, or have you ever intentionally directed any member of your staff to violate the law?
No.
And if there's a discrepancy, it's not intentional. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And because of the Exhibit 30 with the guidance that you had requested and received to, correct these issues that became apparent when they requested these documents in October, were you shocked when you received this complaint to try to shut you down?
I was devastated because I honestly thought that we were working to move forward and that my students were going to be given the opportunity to go ahead and take their exams, because a lot of them had been held up already for over 3 months. And so it was already a stressful situation for me to have to endure and then to be hit with a complaint when I honestly repeatedly asked the board verbatim if I was under any type of review or investigation, and I was continuously told no.
These students that the board has seen recently and issued letters of credit and sent back to take additional hours, you offered to have them do that at no additional charge. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they are in fact enrolled back in your school doing them at no additional charge. Is that correct?
Yes, and 3 or 4 of them have been licensed since then.
And with these various students that have had their hours, reduced due to the audit, and they're having to do, additional hours, do you, I think you told me at some point that, it's kind of sad because you have been at the school every day and they actually did do the hours.
Well, I'm not at the school every day. So I just want to make that clear. But I do know that a few of those students that were required to come back and do a substantial amount of hours, I didn't feel it was fair because I do know that those students were attending school and, definitely doing the work that was required of them. And I did feel like the amount of hours that they were required to come back and do was a bit unfair.
And the building that you operate in is the building that you've always operated in. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how much you own it or lease it?
Lease.
And your lease is how much a month?
Close to $12,000.
And there are a couple more years left on that lease?
Yes.
And would it be a financial hardship on you if you had to shut down the business and your license was revoked and you had to continue to maintain that lease?
It would be a hardship for me. But more than me, I'm concerned about my students and my staff.
And would you like the opportunity to continue operating your business and continue implementing the changes that they asked you less than a month before they filed this complaint to prove to the board and the staff that you can make the changes that they want and or that they need to get the paperwork in order?
Absolutely. I built this school from the ground up and have put my heart, soul, blood, sweat, and tears, and I fought for this school. And to be in a situation now where it's being threatened to shut down due to, in my opinion, errors that can definitely be corrected is hard to accept.
I want to now turn to some specific topics that have come up in the last hearing and today's hearing so that maybe we can clear up some confusion that exists here on some of these points. So let me see. Distance learning. Let's talk about distance learning for a minute. Were you here and heard that was there a lot of confusion with a lot of the schools regarding distance learning and what the requirements were?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
And can you explain to the board what happened there?
So we were told abruptly, of course, that we would have to shut down. At that time, a lot of the schools came together to request for distance learning. They had an emergency hearing where they initially allowed for us to do 30 hours a week of distance learning. And the following month in April, they went for the official hearing where Gary Landry sent out a notice to us stating that we could do up to 48 hours of distance learning.
I'm going to I hate to do this, Lauren, but I have this one more exhibit, and then I do think it's the last exhibit, I promise. Let me do, yeah. That will be exhibit H right now. While she's getting that document back, the exhibit that we're about to look at, that's the email that Gary Landry expanded the distance learning hours to, what was it?
48 hours a week.
Okay. And that was sent to all the schools, not just your school?
Yes.
Because a lot of the schools had some confusion about that distance learning. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you do everything at that time to attempt to comply with the distance learning requirements set out by that?
We did. Graciously, Milady allowed us to implement the online training portal for the students at no additional charge. So it was a very smooth process for us to transition into distance learning, and the students were able to continue on their training without any interruption.
You do not have a pattern of violating the distance learning requirements that Gary Landry set out, do you?
No, I've never been cited or corrected on anything dealing with that during COVID.
Or since then?
Yeah, since then, but we've transitioned back to hard copy books.
Okay. I want to talk about thank you, Lauren. I'd like to offer into evidence exhibit H, which is the April 7th, 2020 email from Gary Landry authorizing all the schools pursuant to the governor's mandate to allow as high as 48 hours for distance learning.
Thank you. We can admit that.
Thank you. Thank you, Molly.
Yep, of course.
Okay. Okay. I would like to now move to the topic of that's raised in the complaint, and there was testimony regarding the the 75-hour advanced aesthetics / laser course. First off, before we get into that topic, did the name of that particular thing change from the beginning to later on? Because I know it as two names.
When they were implementing the new advanced aesthetics course, there were several licensees who wanted to be able to do some of the scope that they were already doing under the aesthetics license. So from my understanding, the 75-hour laser course was implemented to grandfather those students and to receive their advanced aesthetics license.
So it's called the 75-hour laser course?
Yes.
And that's what's okay. And tell me about how you implemented that and whether, and so the board clearly understands who you allowed to take those tests.
It was definitely challenging at first. We could not initially get my campus approved, so they approved for me to operate the course at a salon, which I did. We had a little bit of confusion with who was eligible to take the exam. I'm sorry, the 75-hour course. I allowed for students who graduated from my school that had sat for the test and showed proof that they passed to enroll in the laser course, but was later told that they had to have the physical license. And so I believe that there was a discrepancy with that. And once I was made aware that they had to have the license, we continued on only allowing the students who got the physical license to enroll in the course.
So just so we understand, the only students that you allowed to take the 75-hour laser course were those students who had completed their hours for the general aesthetics, taken the test, passed the test, and provided you proof, like a screenshot of their passing score, before you let them take this 75-hour laser course. Is that correct?
Yes.
So from your standpoint, they had passed their tests. They were just waiting to get their physical certificate or license in the mail for their general aesthetics license. And that's why you allowed them to take the test. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you ever allow anyone to take the 75-hour laser course that had not provided proof that they had taken and passed the exam for the general aesthetics?
No.
Okay. Once it came to your attention that they had to have the physical license in their hand, you stopped allowing people to enroll and start in the class until they had the physical license to show you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's been a lot of discussion. We're on a new topic now about the mold issue on the wall behind the washer and dryer.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about that and have you to explain to the board the process that you went through to get that corrected so that they can hear the full story. So can you explain it to them, please?
Yes. So when the suspicion of mold was first brought to my attention, I did call out someone to take a look at it because I don't know how to determine what's mold. I was initially told that it looked like moisture that was coming from the dryer, and they sprayed it with bleach and painted over it. And then later on, we saw that there were things seeping through again. So at that time, I had another professional come out. They told me that they would have to cut into the wall and test it, and it could take 2 to 3 weeks. I went and looked for another professional to come out and look, who was actually able to get everything fixed and got it tested within 7 days. So the issue was resolved. I did send proof that the wall was cut, that the mold was removed, that everything was put back together, painted, and I sent proof of that to Janie.
I want to talk about the tanning machine. There was some discussion about a tanning machine. Do you have a tanning machine located anywhere in the school property right now?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, did you have a spray tanning machine in there?
Yes.
And did you, it's been removed and it's no longer being used. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So that issue's been resolved by you, correct?
Yes.
When the staff had indicated that they were concerned that the laser machine was in the same room with the spray tanning machine, you provided them with, they wanted tell them what happened. They wanted a letter saying that there was no safety hazard, or is that what happened?
Yeah, they were initially concerned about the laser machine being in the same room with the spray tan machine. We did explain to them that the laser machine was in there because we were told that we had to keep all of the equipment out, but that this machine had not been fired up. And we also did our research along with our medical director to determine that there was no hazard with having both machines in the room at the same time.
And did you provide to the staff a letter from your medical director indicating that there is no safety hazard?
Yes.
So that issue's resolved, correct?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about the boot camp issue. Can you tell me about the boot camp issue?
2023, I held a free beauty boot camp for middle school and high school students. It was a 5-week boot camp that we had students come out, and they were able to learn, minor skills in different areas that they were interested in. And then once they went through the 5 weeks, we gave them a certificate of participation. Later on, I believe it was March or April of last year, I was contacted by Erica, who asked me for information on a student by the name of London. I can't think of her last name, but when I initially saw the name, I looked the student up and saw that she was not one of our students. So I responded and let her know that this was not a student of ours. Then she sent me a picture of the young lady in one of our classrooms, and I still didn't recognize who she was. So I went to my staff to see if they were familiar, and I was then told that she was one of our participants in the boot camp. And I responded to Erica to let her know who she was. And at that time, she requested all of the documentation, contact information for all of the participants. I told her that we didn't keep those records because they weren't actually students. We just had a permission slip from the parents and a waiver that they filled out, and we didn't keep those records. But I did send her the flyer to show that we were offering this as a free boot camp to students. And pretty much the next day I was served with the subpoena. So I was trying to call Erica to get understanding as to why I was being subpoenaed. She would not answer the phone. She would only communicate via email, but the email was just going back and forth and just very confusing. So I drove up here to speak to her in person. At that time, I was told to, I gave them all the information that I had regarding the boot camp, and they basically advised me to write a statement to state that this is the information that I have, that I don't have anything else, and I provided them with that. I then later had a conversation with Janie, and was just kind of talking to her about why that situation happened and why was it made to be like I did something wrong. And she basically just told me that if I wanted to do it in the future, that I had to basically communicate that to them. And I thought the issue was resolved.
And you never have done another boot camp, is that correct?
No.
And you thought you were helping these young middle and high school schools and high school kids learn a little bit about this career path. Is that fair to say?
Yes. So I often visit schools, for career fairs and things of that nature. And a lot of the students feel like, cosmetology is just all fun and games. And so we decided to do it just to give them a day in the life of cosmetology school so that they can see what really happens and then make that decision if they actually want to do school. And since then, I have had 2 students from that boot camp who actually came to actually become actual students.
And this it's number 617, which is in Exhibit 21. This is the flyer that you had for the boot camp. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is the only document that you had to provide to the school. Is that correct?
Yes.
You didn't withhold any documents with respect to the subpoena. You gave them everything that you had related to the boot camp, and this was it, correct?
Yes.
In addition to that, you provided a written statement to respond to the subpoena. Is that correct?
Yes.
And explaining that what had happened and that was the only document you had. Is that correct?
Yes.
They also asked for information regarding your nonprofit, and you gave them the Secretary of State information regarding that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you thought, you're not a lawyer, are you?
No.
You don't have any legal training, do you?
No.
And you thought that your response to the subpoena was full and complete. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at no point in time until you got this complaint did you believe that there was an issue related to your response to that subpoena. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Let's talk about the subject of field trips. There was some testimony and discussion related to some students that went on a field trip and didn't have it properly documented in their records. Can you tell the board about that issue, please?
Prior to last year, our students annually would participate in the International Beauty Show, where one or two of our educators would be there to supervise during that weekend, and we would give them hours for the credit for the hours that they attended the show. When we started to get when they started requesting documents from us last year and saw those field trip hours, they then started asking questions about IBS and how we were tracking that. At that time, we only had proof of the students' badge that they actually attended the show and just verification from the educator that was with them during that weekend.
So you provide, it's your understanding that your staff or instructors or your school provided for that particular year's field trip what information they had to the best of their ability. Is that correct?
Yes, it was told to me by Angel that when they were there, when the board staff was there on campus, that she was instructed to create a list of students who was on that field trip.
Okay. And so Angel is the staff member that passed away recently?
Yes.
And I'm sorry for your loss. She was like a daughter to you?
Yeah, I raised her.
And obviously, if she were here today, she would be one of our witnesses. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that the one and only field trip issue that you ever became aware of?
I believe there was another one for the nail students who did some salon suites tours. And upon looking through the documentation, I did see that there was one that was kind of, I guess, not justified as far as the amount of hours that they spent at the salon suites, because that was all that they documented on the form.
Do you allow field trips now?
Not anymore.
Okay. So that issue is resolved. You're not allowing your students to take field trips. They don't get any credit anymore for field trips, right?
I just stopped doing that until I got better control of what's happening now and didn't want to cause any further confusion.
Because you're trying to cooperate and get things on board and make it easier for everybody,
Yes.
including the staff, the board, your team, your students.
Yes.
And you.
Yes.
If you decide to do a field trip in the future, you will make sure you comply with what the staff wants you to do and what the rules require?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the topic of sanitation issues for a minute. When I use the word sanitation issue, and perhaps board members use it as well, I'm thinking of, the various things that are in this binder that have come up over the years that aren't related to like timekeeping records or enrollment records. They're the condition of the school records is what the condition of the school premises is what I'm thinking of when you're saying that word. So let's talk about sanitation issues for a minute, if we can.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make it easier here for everyone, I'm going to go through these exhibits regarding the sanitation issues according to the law. So we have it divided up by categories of the law. so we can see where the issues are and if they've been corrected and where we go from here. Okay.
Mhm.
So if I look in these exhibits, I see in Exhibit 10, there was a citation issued for failing to properly maintain the walls and the walls and under NAC 644A.72A, failing to properly maintain the walls, floors, ceilings, furniture, equipment, etc. That was a citation that's in here as Exhibit 10 that was that you received in June 20th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if we were to go to Exhibit 11, you received a $200 citation on that issue. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 11 on 11/29 of 23, you had another citation issue related to that same NAC 644A 720, the walls, floors, ceilings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you received a citation for $100 and you paid that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You have not received this file doesn't contain the exhibits don't contain any additional citations for this category since November 29th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't know what that is up there, but we can take that down. I'm not going through any exhibits right now. No, I'm not.
I thought you did bring up an exhibit and she
Yeah,
pulled
the
up the
question just
exhibit.
has it. If I want it brought up, I'll ask you. Okay, thank you. I just said when I will ask her when I want her to put up an exhibit for me. I appreciate her help. But I'm just, it's part of my question. It's not, we're not necessarily going to look at each of these. Okay. Thanks, Laura.
Okay, wait, hold on though. I do have a small issue. You're asking her about exhibits and she's not looking at them and she's answering. Can she look at the exhibit? Like she was just putting up the exhibits that you're referring to.
Right, but I've already gone over this with my client. She knows what these are.
Okay.
Okay. And the second category on this topic is NAC 644A 275, and that's failing to have a dispensary sink or plumbing. And that was also in Exhibit 10. You paid $100 fine, and that was in June of 2023. Has that been corrected?
Yes.
And paid?
Yes.
The third category is 644A 730 regarding the headrest, shampoo, and shampoo bowls. And that's also in Exhibit 10 and 11. And those were both in 2023. And those issues have been resolved, and you haven't had a citation for that since 2023, have you?
No.
You've paid those citations?
Yes.
That issue hasn't been reoccurring, hasn't occurred since 2023, right?
No.
It's correct?
Correct.
The third the next topic is NAC 644A 740 regarding failing to apply infection prevention procedures. And that was in Exhibit 19, where you paid a $100 fine because there was rust found on a nail implementing tool. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you paid that fine?
Yes.
You corrected that issue?
Yes.
And you, okay, great. And that's all the sanitation citations that are contained in this exhibit to the best of your knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes.
In addition to citations over the 11 years that you've been operating this school, well, let me just ask you, the citations that you received, the total of the citations that you received as contained in this exhibit binder is $1,400. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in 11 years, the total amount of your citations totals $1,400.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the citations, you've received some corrective actions, formal corrective actions. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
The formal compliance reviews / corrective actions where they're asking you to take corrective actions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go through those on the sanitation issue. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And we'll take them by category as well, so we can just see what we're dealing with. The first category would be NAC 644A.603, which is minimum requirement for equipment. And that was March 5th of 2025, Exhibit 19. That had to do with them saying that you needed to have some additional equipment. Did you comply with that and get the additional equipment and do the actions that they requested?
Yes.
Okay. And again, in October 28th, 25, which is Exhibit 26, under that same category, they said there was some missing equipment. And did you remedy that issue?
Yes.
The next category is 644A 740, failure to maintain apparatus or equipment. And this deals with Exhibit 26, which was in October 28th of 2025, and it relates to the spray tan equipment. Did you remove that equipment and resolve that issue?
Yes.
The next category on the sanitation topic is NAC 644A.705, and this is Exhibit 10 on June 20th of 2023. You got a corrective action for failing to properly dispose of waste, and you took that corrective action. What was that? A trash can didn't have a lid? Something like that, and you corrected it?
I believe so, yes.
That's been corrected since 2023, correct?
Yes.
The next category regarding these sanitation issues is NAC 644A.710, failing to have an acceptable exhaust system. And you got in Exhibit 10, which is in June of 2023, and March of 2025, Exhibit 19. And that had to do with the exhaust system not working. And you got that corrected. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that no longer is an issue, correct?
No.
It's no longer an issue?
It's no longer an issue.
Okay. The next corrective action category is NAC 644A.720, failing to properly maintain walls, floors, ceilings. And this has to do with, and this was Exhibit 10 and June of 2023, and Exhibit 19, March of 2025, related to the cabinets and various other issues with chairs and tables and whatnot. You've taken those corrective actions and remedied those issues. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and if I could add about because there was continuous conversation regarding the floors. First and foremost, I have a designated cleaning crew that comes out 5 days a week to clean. What we discovered was when we were mopping the floors, the debris, it seemed to not be coming up. But when I did have a floor specialist come out, they recognized that the type of tile that I have, we had initially used wax. And when that wax started to peel, it just looked dirty. And so that they basically had to come in and strip the floors and told us not to use wax on that particular tile. So it made the floors look like they weren't being cleaned, but they were being cleaned nightly. And I couldn't figure out why that debris was not coming up until they explained to us what was happening.
And this binder doesn't show any more corrective action related to sanitation issues. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I want to talk about the laser equipment. There's been a lot of talk about the laser equipment and it not being locked in a room or something. Can you explain to the board the issue with respect to the laser equipment?
The laser machines that I have are very expensive. And when we first purchased them and we had them out in the classrooms, what I was experiencing was machines were being broken and no one was taking accountability for it. So I implemented to the point where they would have to basically check out the machines upon being used so that we know who was using them. And if it came up broke, we know who to hold responsible. So when they have come out to see those lasers put away, it was not because we didn't want the students to use them. We were just trying to make sure that they could be used and not be broken, because every time I had to repair, it was $3,500.
And you have 4 laser machines?
Yes.
And do your students always have the ability to use the laser machines when necessary for their learning experience?
Yes.
Have they, in fact, been instructed on the proper use of the laser equipment by your staff?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that are the laser equipment still locked up in a room when they're not being used, or what's the current status of what you do with the laser equipment?
No, because we were instructed not to have it put away. We do have them in all of our treatment rooms now. Prayerfully, it doesn't get broken again. But we have followed and complied with what the board was requiring.
So that's no longer an issue. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's no evidence in this binder of exhibits that suggests that any student of yours was not properly trained on laser equipment, is there?
No. Can I add to that?
Yeah.
As it relates to the advanced aesthetics program and the use of lasers, I personally take that very seriously. Before we were required to do this advanced aesthetics program, we looked into different advanced trainings for the students that we wanted to offer, and we learned a lot about the use of lasers and also damage it could cause if not being used properly, especially when it comes to, the use of them on melanated skin. And so before even purchasing those lasers, I was diligent about making sure that I purchased the right machines that would keep the risk down for, potential improper use. And so I do take that seriously. And I know that the board staff has always taken it seriously and had some concern just with the way that this program was even implemented. We didn't get a lot of guidance or direction on that. We were just required to do these things if we wanted to offer the program.
So on that safety topic, I mean, I know that the board's mission is the safety of the public and the students and everybody. And is that your same mission?
Absolutely, yes.
You don't have a record of your students or anybody in the public being injured in your school, do you?
As it relates to the lasers?
Yeah.
No.
I want to talk about these. There's been some talk about one day when the staff came out and you didn't have enough instructors. Can we talk? Is that an isolated incident?
Well, I've heard two different dates, one that I was not actually aware of. I am aware of the incident that took place on October 25th, which was a Saturday. I was at a conference and I got a call that Janie was on campus and was told that my instructor, Iris, was not there. So what happened in that situation, I had just hired a new PIL who had a previous PIL license but had not completed her hours and was wanting to complete her hours at the school. We did start that process for her to get her PIL license, but for some reason it didn't get completed. She was supposed to be working with Iris that day, and I was later told that Iris was late. When I got the information that Janie was on campus, I basically made my way there. The PIL instructor that was there called me and told me that Janie, told everyone to leave. I asked to speak to Janie to let her know that I had called Iris. She was on her way. And I also called Elise, who was coming in to cover for the day. By the time I got on campus, pretty much all of the clients and the students were gone. And she asked me what I wanted to do. And I told her, we may as well just shut down for the day. And I just told my instructors that they no longer had to come in.
And you heard the staff testify earlier today that that's the appropriate thing to do if you don't have enough instructors for a day, is to close. Is that correct? That's what you heard today?
Yes.
And that's in fact what you did, correct?
Yes.
And so if you were, is this a routine problem of you not having instructors there?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about that particular day where you had that provisional instructor that that you hadn't completed the application to be a provisional instructor at your school. Is that what you're saying?
Right. So when we initially submitted it, it was incorrect, so we had to resubmit it. Janie did state that if we had just resubmitted it, then it would have been okay for her to have been on campus. We did submit it over the weekend, and I believe that following Tuesday she was licensed to teach.
Okay. And you understand now that, has that ever happened before, that you had a provisional instructor that hadn't completed, been approved by the board there instructing?
No.
Okay. And you understand now after that one incident that you can't have that happen again. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that was an isolated incident. Okay. I want to talk about the procedure that had been in place when for 10 years and 9 months of your school operation regarding what happens when somebody graduates.
Mm-hmm.
What was the process always to provide? What happened for 10 years and 9 months from the time that you were licensed in March of 2025 until March 2015 through October, the beginning of October 2025, the procedure for the staff always just required you to provide the certificate of completion to the staff and the final transcript, and then they would allow your students to test?
Yes, initially it was just the certificate of completion, and then the transcript was only requested if there were any enrollment errors. So if the dates were wrong, they would ask for the transcript to verify the actual dates of enrollment.
And that was the process that was used for all schools, to your understanding and knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then in October of 2025, since that time, the staff has been requesting complete copies of the student file. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the student files contain the performance curriculum sheets that the students fill out. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the timekeeping system that your school uses?
It's UAttend biometric finger scan system.
And is that system such that the students have to be physically present in the school facility to clock in and out?
Yes, they have to scan their fingerprint to clock in.
So a friend of theirs can't scan in for them.
No.
And there's no geo-locating on it. It has to be physically in your building, correct?
Yes.
And you were applauded on having that system when you first instituted it, correct?
Yes.
And you've always used that system.
Yes.
Has it come to your attention that some of these records are inaccurate because, or not in compliance with the law because the students aren't clocking in and out for breaks or are exceeding the daily hour requirement?
Yes.
And is that one of the things that you have corrected in 2026 to ensure that that doesn't happen to the best of your abilities?
Yes.
There's also been some discussion about the students' curriculum sheets that, as we discussed earlier today, is the student's obligation under the statute to keep. Have you changed your procedures regarding those forms in 2026 to ensure compliance to the best of your ability?
Yes, so the performance sheets were implemented again as a way for us to track what the students are doing practical wise and to also be able to create that final transcript. We have always, made sure that students understood that the performance sheets were their responsibility to have as a check and balance if there are any issues related to the time clock system versus the performance sheets.
Okay. And the magnitude of the issue related to the timekeeping records and these performance sheets really came to light to your attention and to the staff's when they started this audit and collected all these records in October of 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
And obviously you can't go in and correct all that now because it's in the past, right?
Yes.
So you asked the school for guidance, the staff for training and guidance on how to correct this. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you then, in fact, revised your operating procedures and updated all your forms. Is that correct?
Yes.
In these records, it shows some conflicting curriculum performance sheets such that they weren't all the same for the same course. Has that been unified now so that if you're in aesthetics, everybody has this performance sheet to fill out? Everybody in nails has this one. Have you standardized that so that each program, every student should be using the appropriate form and one and only form for that program?
Yes, I think the main issue was with the advanced aesthetics because we did have to keep making adjustments to it with the confusion we were having to what the actual curriculum was supposed to be. So I believe that was the main form that had those issues.
We lost our chair.
Okay.
Would you be opposed to taking a 5-minute break?
I would love a 5-minute break. Actually, that'd be fabulous. I'll take a restroom break if that's okay.
We don't need to do a full roll call. We'll just know who's here, who's not here. All right, we back on record? Okay. This is Senior DAG Todd Weiss. We've had a little change in personnel. Former chairwoman has stepped out of the hearing. Board Member Moreno will be taking over as chair. I believe we still have a quorum. Member Wold, are you on the call?
Board Member Wold, I'm here.
Okay, so we still have a quorum.
Who are the other two people online? I mean, no, not, I'm sorry. We have you here. And who else is online?
Board Member Jeffers is here.
Oh, good.
She's in the
Great.
Reno office.
Reno
Okay.
office. Great.
Okay, so we got 4 members, still have a quorum, but the chair has switched. I was making that note for the record. And we can continue with testimony. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay. Let's move to the topic of grading the tests, if we can. Okay. There's been some discussion or paperwork that we've looked at where the paperwork that the staff received from your school in October shows errors in the test grading on those particular students. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
And the various issues indicated in those testing include giving half points and them not properly circling and totaling and scoring everything. Do you recall hearing that testimony from the staff?
Yes.
Do you now understand the issues with those testing, and have you made the modifications to your procedures to ensure that that doesn't happen in the future?
Yes. We were trained a few years ago for the practical exam proctoring. I think over the years, I think some things may have been forgotten or just, I did talk to the staff about those errors, and we did refer back and went back through the manual and, basically making sure that we don't continue to make those errors.
Okay. And you're committed to ensuring that if your staff is allowed to proctor these tests, that they will comply with the statutes and laws. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you take full responsibility to oversee that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you take full responsibility and accountability for the errors that have been found in the file to this point from the school that you have agreed to work on and change?
Now that I'm aware of these discrepancies and that they're going to be monitoring them, I am taking full responsibility to make sure that these documents are correct as much as I can in terms of the performance sheets.
Okay. And what about the timekeeping records? Explain to the board one of the many new modifications to your procedures that you've made to ensure that the students' curriculum records are accurate and on a weekly basis, and the time records.
Well, starting with one of the main issues was the time cards from the biometric system not adding up to what the students were actually putting on their performance sheets. We did speak to all of our students, and we went through the performance sheets to let them know that they had to basically make sure that that time was not conflicting. So some of the issues would be if they were clocked in for 7 hours and 45 minutes, they would round up to 8. So of course that would cause a discrepancy in the time. And so we have now allowed them to have view access to their time cards to make sure that they're putting exact times on those performance sheets and not rounding up to give themselves more hours on the performance sheets than they actually have in the time clock system. Our primary tracker is the biometric time clock. Again, the performance sheets have been used as backup documentation. And we have also implemented a new process with the daily sign-in sheets, which we only implemented in situations where our time clock system was down, not broken, but it's run by internet. So if the internet is down, the time clock is not working. And that was the main reason why we implemented the daily sign-in sheets. And so my office admin are now monitoring those daily sign-in sheets. Number one, making sure that all students on campus are signed in and that the timesheets are not being filled out ahead of time. And we are just making sure that these documentations are more accurate.
And you're committed to continuing to do that going forward to get in compliance to the best of your ability. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you ever intentionally submitted any false records to the staff?
No.
Have you ever directed anybody that works for you to intentionally alter something fraudulently or something?
No.
There's been some talk about portal enrollment issues. Can you address that issue?
Yeah, over the years, we did have issues with enrolling students outside of the initial 45-day window. And then I was made aware that it changed from 45 days to 30 days. So we did see a lot of late enrollments based on that change. We got notified late 2024 that any late enrollments would now incur a fine. I did speak to Erica to let her know that we went through and did an audit because I had a change in staff, and we did find a few of those students that were not enrolled that we did enroll. And then moving forward, we just became more diligent about making sure that students were enrolled within that 30-day time frame.
Okay. And is your understanding from speaking to staff that a lot of schools have these portal enrollment issues, and so that's why they started to fine them, all the schools? Is that what you understand?
Yes.
So it wasn't just a problem that your school was having. A lot of schools were having.
Yes.
Do you ensure that your instructors are actually providing the instruction pursuant to the curriculum?
Yes.
There was discussion about one day in 11 years where there was a student that was not present that was clocked in. I believe it was only one day and one student in 11 years. Is there any other time that you're aware of that has become an issue?
It was one other time that we saw that and we reprimanded that student with the written warning.
So 2 times in 11 years, to your knowledge, you've had a student clocked in that actually left, and that's all that you're aware of. Is that correct?
While the board was present, yes.
Okay. Well, if it ever came to your attention that a student was clocked in and left, what have they received? What happens? What's your policy on that?
We do give them, depending on if it's the first infraction or not, they start with the verbal warning. We do clock them out and deduct that time. And if it continues to happen, we have a process of a written warning up into suspension.
And on the day that this one student was not present when the staff came due to a female emergency, can you explain a little more about What happened there?
While the board was present, the board staff, we did find that one of our students was not present. I had seen her earlier that day, so I didn't understand where she had gone. She did later come back, and I asked what happened, and she said that she had a female emergency, that she forgot to clock out, and she went home to change and came back to finish her day.
And there's been some various timekeeping issues, but is it your understanding that you have corrected those and you're working diligently now to ensure that these problems don't exist going forward?
Absolutely. I don't want to have problems with the board staff. That's daunting. It's a lot, you know. We have never been monitored in this capacity over the last 11 years. Now that we are, I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that we are operating to the standards that they are now monitoring.
Okay. And you remain committed to that?
I do.
There's been some discussion about letters of credit and your school not timely issuing those. Can you address that issue? Has that been resolved? I mean, do you guys make a point to issue the letters of credit?
Yeah, so
Get them, request them, or
yeah, once Erica got into her role, there were some things that she did bring us up to speed on, and one of those issues was making sure that we got the letter of credit, because again, we were enrolling transfer students without having to get that letter of credit. So when she brought it to our attention that we needed to request that letter of credit prior to the student enrolling, that's the practice that we do now.
Okay. And one minute, please. I think I'm about wrapping up. How long have you been in the cosmetology profession?
11 years.
Okay. And is the integrity of the profession important to you?
Yes.
And do you commit to this board to do everything to maintain the integrity of this profession at your school?
Yes.
I want to talk about instructor sign-off issues on that one Saturday that was discussed. Do you have? Can you address that issue? You know what issue I'm talking about? Where one of them's out on a Saturday, so the other instructor is there on the Saturday, but she's licensed to teach the course that she's signing off on.
Yes.
Teaching.
Yes. So our cosmetology educators do move around. They're licensed to teach in all areas, but I do also have specialty instructors as far as advanced aesthetics, and nail technology. In the event that a cosmetology educator has to supervise nail students or aesthetic students, they have signed off on those performance sheets. So I was confused as to why they were concerned about certain signatures on the performance sheets, because that instructor was supervising the student at that time. It's not a situation where you have, let's just say, a nail instructor that's supervising the aesthetic students and signing off on it. because she's not licensed to teach in that area. However, we do have cosmetology students who go through all the rotations. And so when they're being supervised by nail instructors during that rotation, you'll see the nail instructor signature on their timesheets, as well as the aesthetics instructor, because they're in that rotation at that time.
And as the staff testified earlier today, pursuant to if we could put up, Lauren, Exhibit E, please. Pursuant to Exhibit E, as the staff testified earlier, NAC 644A.620 talks about the student's obligation to maintain their curriculum records. And at your school, the way you handle that is through what you call these performance sheets. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as set forth in paragraph 1 of this regulation, it talks about how it's the student's responsibility to keep track of that record. Is that correct?
Yes.
And nowhere in paragraph 1 does it say in the regulation that the instructor has to initial off on the student records that they have to keep pursuant to section 1, does it? Does not say or require the student to get their records, their curriculum records signed off by an instructor each day, does it? It doesn't say that in the section.
No.
Now, if we go to, so the fact that you have performance sheets in this case that instructors are signing off on when there has never been a requirement to do so in some circumstances, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we go to section 2 of Exhibit E, we see that it says, and I'll read it, a time record which contains any error may be changed only by the authorization of the registrar and the instructor. The authorization must be evidenced by the initials of the registrar and the instructor on the time record. Do you see that?
Yes.
So it's your understanding that pursuant to the law, the only time that an instructor actually or a registrar has to sign off on the performance sheet would be if there is an error that is being corrected. Is that correct? That's your understanding?
My understanding of that particular law is when a student, if there's an error in the biometric time clock, that the student has to fill out a time clock edit sheet that the registrar will verify and sign off on.
So that's referring to the time clock, biometric time clock, right?
Yes.
And because there's no requirement that so that's all I have on that. Have you ever instructed your staff, or have you ever revised documents retroactively in violation of the law to basically constitute a fraud to somehow alter any of these school records?
No.
And pursuant to your cooperation and continued desire to move forward with this school, are you making, with the revisions that were given to you within a month of the filing of this complaint. Are you committed to doing everything that you can to create contemporaneous, accurate records for your school? To the best of
Yes.
your ability?
Yes. Can I add to that? As it relates to that statement, I just want to point out that if I was intentionally trying to do something wrong or fraudulent or retroactive, I don't believe they would have necessarily found all these discrepancies. They came at one time and collected a bunch of documentation and found these discrepancies. There was no time or any way for me to go in and change anything. We gave them exactly what they asked for. And again, I didn't realize that it was going to be an issue because I knew that the performance sheets was my internal operation procedure and not something that was required by the state.
And is it your request for this board to dismiss this complaint with no action and give you the opportunity to institute the corrective actions that you've been working on in a cooperative fashion like you would like to do?
Yes.
1 minute, please. That's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Afternoon, everybody. Hi, Denise.
Hi.
I have quite a few questions for you, but I'll
Okay.
try to go as fast as possible. When my first question has to do with advanced estheticians. Do you know when the grandfathering ended for advanced estheticians? Like when you could get the endorsement?
October 31st, 2024, I believe.
23.
Or 23.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What are the steps to getting a cosmetology license?
That specific program or?
Like starting with school.
Okay.
Like what are the steps that say I want to be a cosmetologist? What do I got to do?
You fill out the admissions. We generate the enrollment agreement with all of your required documents. Your first day of school, you go through an orientation for the first half of the day, and then you're dismissed to your designated programs. In the orientation, we do go over things like the student catalog. We also go through the moral character verification forms, and the performance sheets. And we express to them what those performance sheets are for and that they are their responsibility to maintain.
So once I complete like my schooling, what are my next steps?
Next steps would be once you get to your last 100 hours of the program, we do proctor the practical exam. And then once you complete your hours, we do issue the certificate of completion, and the students are able to apply for their written exam.
So after I apply for my written exam, what are the next steps?
Next steps would be once the application is approved, you take the written exam, and then you're issued a license.
Do I have to pay for that license?
Yes.
Will you turn to exhibit 21? Or actually, can we just put it on the screen? Yeah. Can you do the photos of London? So it'll be the Instagram photos.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you go to keep going? Keep going. One more. Yeah, one more. One more. Wait. Can you go back? go back actually. Where was that? I'm looking for her face. Yeah. I don't think it's showing. Okay. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's
Yeah.
London.
What page are you on? Give me 1 second. There we go. Go to 597, 596, 597. $596 and $597. Can you go one more? It's a better picture. Do you recognize her?
That's the young lady that they contacted me about, London.
Yeah. Do you know is she related to one of your instructors?
I found that out once I was served with the subpoena, and that information was in the subpoena.
You know that she was operating basically a nail salon.
I did not know until they reached out to me to let me know.
Do you know how old she was?
I believe she was middle school when she came to the boot camp. I'm not sure how old she is now.
Can you turn to Exhibit H? H. One of the new ones, yeah. It's the governor, the one about the governor. So regarding this letter, is this still in force?
No.
When did it end? Do you know?
Once the state of the emergency ended during COVID.
If I paid a visit to your school today, would I see some of the same cleanliness issues that are documented throughout the exhibits?
No.
It's not. The sinks are clean. The floor. I know you mentioned the floor.
We have been very diligent about that.
Okay. Were you aware that your instructors were calling students in to change their hours?
No.
Can you elaborate more on that? Because we had students come in and talk to us about that.
If an instructor was changing hours, it was more than likely due to there being some discrepancies against the performance sheets and the time clock.
Okay. And who would do this? Was it Angel?
It could have been Angel because she worked. She had dual roles as the administrator in the office as well as the AE educator.
Okay. Going through the time cards, you see a lot of initials. So was this kind of like a route? Was this pretty normal?
By initials, are you talking about the performance sheets?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the routine for them to sign off.
That was the routine for the instructors to sign off. So they weren't necessarily corrections. They would sign off on the hours.
Right.
Okay. Did you know that you were not required to have an advanced esthetician program at the school?
And I was not required to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it was an option.
You knew it was an option?
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone ever been injured in the advanced esthetician program?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Nobody's ever been burned or any? Nobody, nothing, no injuries.
I think we had one incident that I believe my educator at the time, I don't know that it was an actual injury from the information that I got, but there was an issue with one of the students' husband came in as a model, and I believe when she was getting ready to go over it, that he had some issues or something like that on his back, and we contacted our medical director to look into it.
On the day that Janie came into the school and informed you that there weren't enough instructors at the school, who made the decision to shut down the school?
Prior to me getting there, the PIL instructor that was on campus called me to tell me that Janie had asked everyone to leave. By the time I got there, the majority of the students were gone and all of the clients that were on campus were gone. And I was asked what I wanted to do because I did explain that I had the educators on their way. But because everybody was pretty much gone, I made the decision to shut down for the day.
Who was the license in charge? Who was in charge that day? The PIL?
Who was in charge of the PIL?
Or I'm sorry. Who was the PIL that day?
Latoya Webb.
Would you agree that the board contacted you multiple times about student records?
In the last few months, yes.
How many times would you say you were contacted?
Well, since October, every single student that have graduated, we have had to submit substantial documentation for that student.
Would you be surprised to learn that the exhibits reflect no fewer than 75 separate communications regarding that?
Regarding what? Objection vague.
Oh, okay, I'll get specific. 18 pertaining to transcripts, 24 for enrollment issues, 12 withdrawal issues, 21 missing documents, and general
Over 11
records.
years.
I'd say from 2019 on.
Well,
Let's get this is specific. I'll let you finish. Sorry, Council.
I'm sorry. We're all sorry. I'm just asking, I just want the question to be clear. This is over the span of 11 years,
No, this is from 2019 to today.
2019 to today.
Yes.
Okay.
So the complaint, just during the timeline of the complaint. So going back to my question, what are you surprised to learn that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that you needed to keep accurate records?
Yes.
When did you become aware of the requirements to maintain records?
I've always known the requirements. Like I stated before, I did go through my national accreditation. And so I've always known of the requirements. Our biometric time clock system is primarily the only thing we're required to have. The other things were internal operation procedures.
So you just kind of mentioned NCAS or NACSIS.
NACIS.
NACIS. Can you tell me what is NACIS?
It's the National Accreditation for Career Schools.
And what accredit, like what do they accredit as far as, like, is it financials? Is it the curriculum?
They accredit everything from the financials to the curriculum to pretty much school operations. And they accredit based off of what we implement.
Okay. And what does it get you? Like, what does it get you? What does it get the students? Like, what benefits do you get from it?
For me, it gave me, number one, validation, and then the option if I wanted to participate in federal student aid.
Do you have any requirements from them to keep records?
Yes.
What are those?
They looked at the enrollment agreements, all of the orientation documents, the financial ledgers for the students, and their completion certificate, I believe.
How many students are you aware of that haven't been able to test because of records?
I'm only aware of the ones who reach out to me for guidance or complaints or whatever. I don't know the exact number.
What efforts were made to repair the time clock issues?
The time clock issues you said?
Yeah.
What issues? I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
Well, I know that a couple of times when the inspector showed up that it wasn't working.
I don't know that to be true. Like I said, we've had connectivity issues with the time clock. So we would have to often reboot the internet for it to work. We've only had one issue in the 11 years where we actually had to replace that system because the wiring was broken. But the only time the time clock has not worked is if it was a connectivity issue.
So when that one issue that you had did, like, what happens when it goes down? Does it delete the records?
No, it just means that the student can't physically clock in, which is why I made Janie and her team aware. That's why we implemented the daily sign-in sheets.
Yeah, a lot of students have basically complained to the board that it was routinely down.
I don't know if it was a lot of students. I do know that Sonia repeatedly stated that in her testimony. But again, my check and balance has always been if the time clock is down, they sign in on the daily sign-in sheet.
Will you turn to page 459?
What exhibit?
It's exhibit 16.
I don't think that's the right number. Exhibit 16.
For exhibit 16, page 450. It's a big exhibit.
Exhibit 16 is between 227 and 257.
Then it must be exhibit 17.
It must be 26 or something
No,
else.
I think it's exhibit 17 because my next one is 18 and it's 521. Yeah,
What page did you want me to go to?
459.
I'm gonna have to read this before
Sorry,
you
Laura.
answer a bunch of questions. These total enrollment issues.
Mm-hmm.
This is the page he's directing to, so read the page.
Yeah. So just the last paragraph of at the bottom of the page. Out loud.
As stated before, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. As stated before, this is an unusual circumstance that does not happen often. So while I have been open for 10 years, we have never had this many students switch programs at one time. So the fact that she was accumulating hours while going through the program change was an oversight. However, we followed the process to switch her hours, and she only began training in the advanced aesthetics program when she started the new contract. So if you want to take away those hours she has accumulated from 424 through 5/5, then let's discuss that. But Erica, I don't know how else to explain this to you via email. If an in-person meeting is necessary for you to better understand my explanation, then let's plan for that. But I would like this resolved ASAP because this is starting to feel like harassment. I feel like this needs to be escalated to upper management at this point. I don't make any excuses for errors on our part, but I do know for a fact that Monique finished the required hours and was enrolled correctly in the state board portal.
Now, this is July. Was this done in July?
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel like board staff was singling you out?
This email went back and forth a lot. I kept trying to explain what happened when they said that they kept making statements that she was enrolled in the wrong program. She was enrolled in the right program in the state board portal, but our internal time clock allows you to categorize different departments. So we have an advanced aesthetics list of students, and we have a aesthetics list of students. When Monique decided to change from aesthetics to advanced aesthetics, for some reason, the portal, our time clock system, would not switch her over to the advanced aesthetics list. So when we were sending in her documentation to show proof of her hours, they showed some of those hours in the wrong program, and that's what they were trying to disallow.
Okay. But did you feel like it was harassment? I mean,
I did.
Okay. Can you turn to page 521? It's exhibit 18.
Okay.
The second to last paragraph, just the first two sentences. Starting with we have.
We have had detailed conversation about what happened with these students, yet no response satisfies you. This is micromanagement. This micromanagement is becoming a bit burdensome. It's been just a week since you all came to update and train us, and we have since then been making every effort to correct the issues as well as maintain our current operations. Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
I don't appreciate your tone as if I am your subordinate. I don't work for you. I work with you, and I am working towards correcting things. So please allow me to do that.
You can stop. You can stop. I'll let you stop there. So this is October.
Mm-hmm.
Did you still feel like the board was harassing you, or did you start to understand that this was more of a systemic problem?
This was another separate incident that took place in July when we realized that students that we enrolled in July were enrolled in the wrong portal because they switched portals. So because we were having the issue of students being enrolled late, I was explaining to Erica that we mistakenly enrolled those students into the wrong portal, and we thought that they were students that were enrolled, and she allowed for us to go in and enroll those students and gave us a deadline. But she kept emailing me back and forth stating that she doesn't see the students enrolled. It was about 10 students that I had to enroll within that day. And I was letting her know that we were working on it. But her tone and her emails kept like just being very, combative or aggressive.
So you didn't think she was trying to help you get into compliance? You thought this was more of harassment?
I felt like the tone in her emails was a form of harassment.
Well, do you think she was frustrated because this kind of has been going on since July?
I don't know that she was frustrated. I know that we were trying to correct the issue.
Okay. Can you turn to exhibit 1 on page 3? Can you read for the record the part that says oath, the whole thing?
Which part? The oath?
Yeah, just the oath.
Applicant hereby further certifies and declares that the applicant has not advertised and will not advertise by means of any knowingly false or deceptive statements, nor obtain pupils for or practice in any branch of cosmetology by any deceptive or false means or methods. That if granted a certificate of registration and license, applicant will display the same conspicuous place in the principal office or place of business of applicant. That applicant will not permit any person to sleep in or use for residential purposes in any room used wholly or in part as a protocol of cosmetology, that he or she will faithfully obey any and all requirements of the law and all sanitary and other rules of regulations of the State Board of Cosmetology in the conduct and operation of the School of Cosmetology. Applicant further agrees that no person shall be employed or harbored in said school who is not of good moral character and temperate habits, or who is addicted to habitual use of any habit-forming drugs, or suffers from any infectious or contagious disease.
Do you believe that you have faithfully obeyed all of the requirements of law?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you believe that you have faithfully complied with all rules and regulations of the State Board of Cosmetology?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Ms. Beman?
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the board?
No. Board Member Wold, no.
Yes.
No, I don't.
Board Member Harris, I have a few questions here. So, in your statement that you were examined here, so you said you changed the staff from when all these citations and corrections have been made?
I added additional staff once we started having more extensive paperwork being required. Like, it was just a lot more administrative work.
And with the timesheets. So with the timesheets, you say, so I guess the biometric clock, the finger or whatever, right?
Mhm.
And that sets the time. And then you were giving them time to write in their own time. And they were going maybe 15, rounding up, as you said.
Yes.
Right. So, but then they have to come to a staff member or an instructor to sign off on that.
Correct.
So didn't you all see where they rounded up? Did you not see and just said okay or?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, so have we fixed that yet?
Yes, now that we see that it's one of the discrepancies that they brought to our attention, because again, these documents were not being monitored by anybody. It was just our internal operations.
Right, because the final say goes to register or
Mhm.
instructors, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we have that. Okay. And like he asked before, have you made all the repairs that we saw in the book, in the floors, the mold, the chairs, and
Yes, I have a designated maintenance person now that comes in regularly to check on certain things. I try to make it a point every year when we go out on Christmas break to do updates. We're consistently having to have issues with broken chairs. I mean, when you look at school operations, you're dealing with hundreds of people daily, day in and day out. So it's only expected that things will not be, in good condition all the time. But I do have processes in place that if these things are happening, we do what we can to make sure that they're fixed in a timely manner. And so it is my practice every year that we go in and we do like a winter cleaning, I guess.
Yeah.
Where we make a lot of upgrades to things like the tables and the chairs and equipment, floors, things of that nature.
Okay. And so okay, with that being said, because I know you're the owner, I know owners they're not in the classroom all the time.
Mhm.
You set your staff, different positions to take care of things, and it seems like somebody dropped the ball along the way.
Mhm.
I mean, maybe you didn't know. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
But so will you be there a little bit more often? Did you hire a manager to oversee these things to make sure they don't continue with the same habitual?
Well, I will say, prior to Angel's passing, she was helping me with that. Since her passing, I am now there pretty much every day, and I'm also, training her replacement, who was already working there prior to her passing. She's being promoted to do those things that Angel was responsible for. And like I said, right now I am there in position and, making sure that these issues get corrected and can create a consistent pattern of, things being in compliance.
So to board staff, have you been to her salon recently or since this whole thing started? No.
It's Lauren Gossage for the record. We have not.
Okay. And then just now, do you hold any type of license in the industry, in the beauty industry?
Yeah, I have a cosmetology license.
Oh, you're a full cosmetologist.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. So you okay. So from now on, the students with the clocking in and clocking out. Will you? Because I'm hearing some stuff like, even though your school starts at 10, and you still have some people clocking in an hour or two earlier.
No, school starts at 8.
8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are they required now to clock in on the hour, or maybe 7 minutes past, or something like
We
that?
give them a 15-minute grace period from 8 to 8:15. If they're not clocked in by 8:15, then they have to wait until after theory to clock in.
Oh, now when does theory start?
Theory starts at 8:15.
Oh, it starts at 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said that. So, okay, do we actually know, guys, staff, how many of her students couldn't get their license? Do we have a roundabout number? Mm.
Bertha Jackson, for the record, I'm looking up those numbers right now.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bertha.
So as of right now, there have been 34 students who we've reviewed and have applied. Out of those 34 applications, 14 have been given letters of credit. 8 of them have been approved and the rest have been denied.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then, so you said with those students that they have these problems here where they can't get their license, but they say they've finished all their hours in your school.
Mhm.
You said you're gonna let them come back and kind of finish up without paying extra money?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And the ones, how about the ones just denied? I'm not sure. They probably, the ones just denied.
This is Janie Huggins for the record. Many of those students that were denied by the staff have petitioned and will eventually come before the board.
Oh, they will. Oh, okay.
Yes, they have their own individual remedy.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think that's I think that's it for now. Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you.
Denise. Appreciate it.
Board Member Wold, thank you. I have some questions. Hi, Miss Denise.
Hi.
My first question is with the extensive amount of issues and the time, and just for a quick example, we have the timekeeping, We have the beauty boot camp. We have the field trips that the beauty boot camp and the field trip were both not authorized or any information was given to the board. We have the sanitation issues. We have the instructor issues where we don't have enough instructors. We've had instructor issues where no instructor was present to teach. And, the board at that time went above and beyond. Janie tried to get compliance going and submit that application so the school could stay open. There's been the mock walkthrough with the students for their kits to make sure they had everything. There's been the not enrolling in the portal on time, et cetera, et cetera. With this many issues and the amount of time has gone, what is going to change so there's actually a change, or to even give some type of confidence? Because I know you said you've made changes and you've spoken for most of the issues, but what is really going to change at CILV if we continue operations?
I feel like now that we are being monitored and given guidance, that we will see substantial positive changes. Again, it's not my position to be out of compliance or go against what the board is requiring, but in my defense, we have not been monitored for years up until recently. And so I don't have any issue or concern about moving forward and making sure that we are operating in compliance, because I didn't sacrifice what I've sacrificed just to see this school go down.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is that per the last board meeting, were you on that last board meeting we had with the students speaking?
Yes.
Okay. So, and earlier in your testimony, you said you did not alter any records or sign off on any altered records.
I don't think signing off was a part of the question, but I didn't alter any records.
So I don't know the gal's name. However, she did speak to, she said she had enrolled once, took a break, came back, enrolled again. And that when she presented her hours, you said she didn't, the hours she had and the hours you had did not match. And so she went and altered her records. And then she came back to school and stated that you told her not to worry about it. You have everything under control. And she was under the guise she graduated. Can you go ahead and speak to me about like what happened in that situation?
So I believe you're talking about Angelina Medina. When she enrolled, she was missing quite a bit of time and ended up going over her contract. So that's where you saw the amended enrollment agreement, because she had a new tuition balance because of the overages. When she initially came in to check her time with me, when I ran that report, I didn't go back far enough because she enrolled in 2024, I believe. So it showed her having less time than what she actually had, which is why she ended up having those discrepancies in her performance sheets, because I mistakenly did not go back far enough to show how many hours in total that she had.
So you are aware that she amended her hours on her sheets?
Well, yeah, like I said, with the performance sheets, I didn't know that they couldn't fix those performance sheets. So,
well, per her testimony, she stated that you told her it was fine, don't worry about it, you're still going to graduate.
I'm really confused on that, honestly. I do know what the situation was. I do know where the error was in terms of her getting the wrong amount of hours, and she ended up doing more hours than she probably should have, because I didn't go back far enough to show her total amount of hours.
Okay. And then as far as this saying like it's fine, you're still going to graduate, and you didn't have the correct amount of hours shown, how would someone graduate if they didn't have enough hours on your end?
When we did the report again, we showed that she had enough hours because I ran the report correctly.
Okay. And then What is the overall attitude towards the time clock at your school?
Attitude, I'm not sure
The
I understand.
culture of the timekeeping, because to be very fair, respectfully, as someone who's been a student and as the public representative, these records are really bad. So there has to be, like how we're saying, like this is a systemic issue. There has to be a culture, right, around the time clock, because per the last meeting, a student testified that they took their sheets home that say this has to stay at CILV, and then they say they check it off at home. So can you speak to the culture of the timekeeping at your school?
I think it's sometimes difficult to know what every single student is doing. I was not aware that she was taking those timesheets home. Culturally, the students, if we don't have any timesheets or performance sheets in their actual student file, they are stored in their classroom. That's the policy. So if she took those timesheets home, she did that without my knowledge. So I don't know that there's a cultural issue, so to speak.
Well, I feel that there is, due to the fact that you're not enrolling your students in a timely manner. So if, an accredited school who wants validation doesn't enroll their students, right? That's the very beginning enrollment. Would you agree?
I do believe that we have continuously corrected those issues. Again, a lot of those late enrollments was due to the fact that we weren't aware that it changed from 45 days to 30 days.
So even then, why are we not enrolling students right away?
We are now.
Okay, but that's after you've been brought before the board and we've had, 2 days of administrative hearing. So my question is, before this occurred, why were students not being enrolled? Was it just like the person wasn't doing their job? Like I'm trying to understand, because in good faith, I wouldn't be able to keep a school open. However, this has been, a lot of these issues have been going on for years. And yeah, so what was the issue why students were not being enrolled in a timely manner? Because 45 days is a long time to say, hey, this student is going here. Besides the portal issue, like it has to be something else.
Well, since we got the notice from Erica in late 2024 stating that schools will now be fined if students are enrolled late, we have made provisions to correct those issues. So we have been correcting that issue prior to this hearing.
So if it wasn't for that fine, do you think you would submit on time?
No, it was just brought to our attention that this was possibly still an issue, but that email again went out to all schools. So when I received that email, and my correspondence to her was we were doing our own internal audit to make sure that all students were enrolled in the portal.
Okay. And then also, you said you're a cosmetologist, correct?
Yes.
So you would be under the guise of anytime, well, let me rephrase my question. As a student, right? If you're a student at a cosmetology institute or at any beauty school, you have to have an instructor present to work, correct?
Yes.
Because if you don't have an instructor who is overseeing you for liability reasons, correct?
Correct.
So when you have a student and you enroll them, you go through the process for them to learn the skills, you have someone who's a certified instructor, correct?
Correct.
So my question is why did we have trainings with students who were not students or old enough to be students in a licensed establishment with certified instructors without any type of notification to the board?
So again, I was not aware that doing a free boot camp for kids in the community was wrong. I was not aware of that. I didn't intentionally do anything wrong in that situation. I just was not aware that, it was going to be brought up as if I'm trying to instruct students who are not actual students. That wasn't the intent.
Okay.
We do a lot of things in the community. We work with kids in foster care. We do, breast cancer events. Like, we do a lot of different things. So I didn't feel like this was going to be an issue until it was brought to my attention what happened with the young lady. And again, I thought this issue was resolved and understood because no citation or violation was given. And I was basically told if I wanted to do it again, that these were the steps I needed to take.
My only concern with that is with your advanced aesthetics, right? They had to have a license to even learn, right?
Are we talking about the advanced aesthetics or the boot camp?
I'm still talking about the boot camp, but I'm saying in general, anyone who's in your establishment and they're performing services on the public or learning theory or learning practical or learning from a vendor, they all have a student provisional license, yes or no? Or an instructor license.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
I'm saying all your students have a student license, yes or no?
They have a student ID, yes.
Okay, anybody who's in your school learning has to have some type of I'm a student license. Yes.
Yes.
Or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're bringing in outside people without anything, and there's no licensure, you can't even tell us who is who. I'm just saying that is, that's what you consult the board for, because it's great that you're doing things in the community. However, when you go about it incorrectly, people get hurt. Like whether, I know London got cease and desist. She was practicing on the public. Were you aware she was practicing on the public?
Yeah, will you slow down?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Were you aware that London was practicing on the public?
I was not. And when they were in the boot camp, they weren't working on the public. They literally had mannequin hands. They were shadowing other students. It was literally a community service event.
Okay. And then for my last instance, sorry, I'm trying to think. Okay. I feel that some accountability was taken over your proceedings. However, I felt like there were certain things that you would bring up, but not really talk about, like make it fit what you're saying. And, for us, although your application has been approved the last 11 years, 10 years, sorry, or the whatever, how many times it's been, things are different now. We have a new executive director, and the information that was found, was a failure to keep timekeeping records. So in that instance, something that happened many years ago is showing its face again. And so moving forward, how can we trust that in good faith, you're going to make changes when, whether true or not, the federal government said that you failed to keep adequate time records. So how do we go, what changes are you making systemically and culturally at your school?
I feel like I've already made great changes, and I'm ready to work more closely with the board. I've never gotten a chance to really meet, Mr. McDonald or understand what these new standards were going to be. I'm hoping that, honestly, in my opinion, if we could bring all schools together to have this conversation to see what those operations are and what the board standards are going to be moving forward.
Yeah, I've never seen, as long as I've been on the board, I've been on the board since 2023. I haven't seen any other of these issues with any other schools. And so
schools.
I'm sorry?
They've never monitored schools like this before up until the last maybe 2 years.
Well, we have had, instances with other schools where we had conversations with them and hearings. Nonetheless, right now we're talking about your school because your students, your staff are being impacted by this. And my question is, like, and have you ever seen, like, when schools get shut down in the past, like Maranello?
Yeah, I took a lot of those students.
Right. And when you go to those schools and the students get enrolled in those schools and they attend, they're like, how is this school open? Have you heard of those conversations before?
I'm not sure I understand your statement.
What I'm saying is if we decide to keep the school open, I don't want the same issues that are happening now where students can't even take a test because since you're not accredited, right? Don't you have in-house financing or you take cash?
We do both.
So those students, right, whether it's, there's no financial aid, they're paying you cash and they're trusting you. So, has any new students enrolled since these proceedings started?
Yes.
Are they aware of the certain conditions that the school's dealing with now?
I don't believe so, no.
Have you been fully transparent with your staff and your students what's ongoing?
Absolutely.
So you just told me that that the new people who have enrolled aren't aware.
New students who just recently enrolled, no, but when all these things, when I first got this complaint, I did have a transparent conversation with my students and my staff, and primarily because any student who was getting ready to graduate or I wanted to make sure that they were making sure that they did what they were supposed to do so that their applications would not be held up.
So what about these people who just gave you their money? They don't deserve to know either that they're making the best decision for themselves?
I think that's your opinion, honestly.
No, I didn't make an opinion. I said, are they making the best decisions for themselves due to you being completely transparent and disclosing this information?
I don't.
Do you feel that you've been transparent with people who are now signing contracts with you and giving you money?
I don't know that I needed to disclose all of that, but I mean,
it's your testimony. You're under oath, so it's a yes or no. Have you been? If I just,
I think I did say no.
So no?
I did say no when you asked the first time.
Oh, my apologies. I did not hear you. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Board Member Moreno here. You just said that well, let me go back a little bit. In your testimony earlier, you said that you lacked the ability of keeping records before. Did you ever reach out to the board prior to opening up your school for any guidance?
I said I lacked. I don't know.
Yeah. So you had, maybe I misunderstood you. So let me just rephrase this. Did you ever reach out to the board prior to opening up your school for guidance?
Oh, so yeah, you have to. So they give you when I started the process to open the school, I was given a packet and a checklist to follow.
Okay.
And it was primarily getting the building in compliance. Nothing as far as paperwork, operational things. It was just what we needed to have in terms of the building and the equipment.
Okay. So board just said that you had 34 students that wasn't able to take the test.
Mm-hmm.
13 was given credit, eight passed, I believe it was, and you got 13 that have been denied.
Mm-hmm.
Since you've taken over taking care of everything prior to this, are you aware of these students, the 13 that are not going to be able to possibly take their test?
Yeah, absolutely.
So moving forward, you're training other people for a position that Angel was overlooking, correct? Once they're trained, what will your role be?
I'm still going to be overseeing the school, but there may be times where I can't be there. I have, multiple things going on. So I do want to make sure I have someone in charge when I can't be there.
Okay. So I personally been in the industry for 44 years now.
Mm-hmm.
The foundation of our industry starts at the schools.
Correct.
Seeing your school and everything that is needing to be replaced. You said that you have a lot of integrity.
Mm-hmm.
Would you go into that school if you weren't part of that school to have any services done the way it was looking?
When you go into our school, my campus is not terrible. I'll say that. We don't have complaints primarily, not from clients, not from students. Over the years, have things gone? Yeah, absolutely. Have I talked to my staff about it? Absolutely. Have I paid substantial amount of money to cleaning crews to come in to clean every single day? Absolutely. So it's never my intent to just, knowing that sanitation is the main thing that we teach in school. That's the main thing that we cover when we are proctoring their practical exams. It's not my intent to be labeled as this school that just does not care about cleanliness or proper sanitation. These are situations that have happened over the years that I have tried and to keep up with and correct. I can't tell you the amount of money, the amount of time, the amount of effort that I have put in to make sure that I have a clean campus. It's not my intent.
So your students aware of the sanitation and sterilization and how the importance that the foundation starts there at the school?
Absolutely.
But yet you still have the school looking the way it was?
You have the school looking the way it was. I mean, if you're going to just put pictures up on the screen, it's really easy to just assume that this is an ongoing situation, and I don't think that's the case. If any of you wanted to come and just see what's actually happening on my campus, like I take accountability for the things that were found. Those things were corrected, and I move forward from it. I mean, we try to keep up with it as best we can.
And that's all I have.
This is Board Member Jeffers. I just have one question, Ms. Dixon. Are you a licensed instructor?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Just like looking at the timesheets that the students keep, and there's been ones that have been submitted into this complaint that do have your initials. Well, I think it's DD at the bottom. But on this sheet, it says it must be initialed by an instructor. So I was just curious, like how that.
I just kind of thought my signature trumped instructors as the owner. I mean, if I could verify that the student was on campus and doing the work.
Okay. Board staff, how does that work? Like as far as her being the owner, being able to sign?
Bertha Jackson, for the record. Owners, unless they are a licensed instructor, shouldn't be supervising any training, shouldn't be conducting any training. And if we're going off of the performance sheets that state a licensed instructor needs to be signing off on these, then a licensed instructor needs to be signing off on these. Nothing in our law states that an owner's signature or an owner trumps an instructor.
It doesn't say that we're required to have a signature either.
Again, that's on your documents, though, the documents that you provided. So you're holding your instructors to a higher standard than what the board is requiring. So by you doing that, you are requiring that for the record. So we're going based off of the documents that you supplied us.
And now that I am aware that you don't want that, that will no longer happen. I didn't know it was an issue.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Osunio for the record. It's 4:43. I don't think we have time for closing statements. I think, and if the director agrees, I think that this would be a good place to end for today. Does council have any objection to that?
So you want to come back on another day for closing statements? Is that what you're saying?
How long's your closing statement?
Well, I think that's fine. I just would appreciate if it could be coordinated with my calendar, just simply because I am a solo practitioner. I cannot be two places at one time. And I want to make sure that I can make it on whatever date. If I have to rearrange anybody else, I will rearrange them if possible. But if a judge tells me I need to be somewhere, I can't be here. So I just asked that I have that professional courtesy and somehow someone let me know so that we can pick a date where I can actually show up.
So a couple points I want to make.
I'm
Yeah.
happy to come back.
I know you are, and you can appear remotely.
Yeah, well, I was going to appear in person.
I
appreciate
understand
that.
So I just want to say for the record, I don't set the date. It's a combination of the court reporters availability and the full board. I did not set the date for this hearing.
I understand that. And I
was-
understand that.
okay.
I'm just asking going forward, I would appreciate if someone contacts me before the public
Okay.
notice goes out and says, Miss Brennan, can you just double check and make sure on this day that you don't have any prior legal commitment? That's all I'm asking, if I could have that courtesy, because I need to be here for the closing arguments and I can't be two places at one time.
If I may, Madam Chair, Ms. Brennan, we will try to work with your calendar.
Thank you so much.
However, we've got 7 calendars to deal with here.
I understand that.
You have 7 judges, not just one, to deal with here. So I have to work with their calendar and the court reporters. So we will try to work with your calendar, but your calendar will not trump the 7 and the court reporter.
I've not said that. I've not said that, but
You're not letting me finish. I've already said we'll try to work with your calendar. Look, I'm a lawyer too. I understand what you're trying to do. But the key is, though, I got to work with their calendars. This is a volunteer position here that they don't get paid for. So you do. So we are trying to work with their calendars as well. They are business people just like your client is.
Yeah.
Okay. They own salons, they own schools. They're trying to do the thing they can. They take time out of their day to do this.
And I totally appreciate everything that they're doing and all of their time. I am 100% appreciative of how attentive all the board has been. I am just simply saying, from a logistics standpoint, I cannot be two places at one time.
Right, absolutely. We will try to accommodate your calendar. But again, for the record, I've got 7 calendars to deal with, plus an 8th one over there.
I understand that. But if you said it when I have a conflict, I need at least time to try to clear the conflict and tell some judge somewhere that I have an administrative hearing that they cannot change to another date and that I need the court to move it. That's all I'm asking. I understand you've got a tough job and I appreciate your hard work. So I just would appreciate if I can get some advance notice so I can clear my calendar if there's a conflict.
Yeah, because I have to get their advance notice too, because they clear their calendars as well.
Perfect. That's great. I'm one poor person and I promise I will clear anything if it's humanly possible.
Madam Chair, sorry, Stephen Don for the record. Okay, sorry, a little echo there. I'll have to talk with my staff to see what date we can try to find. I don't believe that the closing argument is going to take 8 hours. It shouldn't. It should, hopefully it won't last no more than 4 hours, depending on the deliberation of the board. And we'll try to find a date that works with your calendar as well as theirs. But let me get back with staff. We'll try to figure out a date because we have to be available as well.
Yeah.
This is the only thing I do. So appreciate your time.
And I don't need formal service. I'm happy to accept service. If you want to send it to me via email, I'll sign an acceptance of service. I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you for bringing that on the record, counsel. I have one other question. Does the defense rest? Because I don't think we got that on the record.
It does.
Okay, thank you.
And so does the plaintiff.
So does the plaintiff.
Okay, so the case is closed. All we have is
I'm not going to call any impeachment witnesses. No, my case is closed.
so all we're coming back for is closing argument.
I agreed.
And we have agreed that you and I will be able to communicate so that we can attempt to resolve it.
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda number 5, comments from the general public for discussion only. The board will entertain comments from the general public for items that are related to the Nevada Board of Cosmetology only. Members of the public can call into the meeting to make public comment by dialing 1-720-707-2699 and enter 880-3316-4946 for the meeting ID. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. No discussion or action will be taken during public comment. Again, I want to let you guys know that this is just for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, not for this case. Do we have any public comments?
Hello, am I on?
One at a time.
One at a time, please.
Denise, we can.
I started my public history, didn't get a chance to finish it, and so I just wanted to say that. I'm sorry, I need to.
Yeah, go.
Speaker.
State, spell your name for the record.
And don't worry, we'll give you your time back.
That's okay. That's okay.
Tiffany Alston, Tiffany Alston. So I started out this morning by sharing my experience with the Cosmetology Institute of Las Vegas. And I just wanted to say that the Cosmetology Institute of Las Vegas is a place where my child felt like a child again. It's a place where families find relief in the middle of overwhelming circumstances, a place where seniors are known and not forgotten, a place where people, no matter their situation, are treated with care and respect. All of those things are not easily replaced. You don't replicate this overnight. You don't casually rebuild this somewhere else. Places like this take time, intention, trust, and once they are gone, they leave a gap that communities fill for years. So I'm asking you, do not close this school. Protect it, strengthen it, and invest in it because it's worth it. Thank you.
Do we have any more public comment?
There's one-on-one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so mine's a little bit off topic, but it's related to regulation. There
Can we
was,
have your name, please?
James,
Could you
can you
please
please
say your
say
name?
it? Sorry.
yes, can you hear me?
Please state your name.
James Salazar,
Okay.
and my comments are regarding the regulation in Nevada and some of the national efforts to create opportunity in the industry. I've made some comments in California and to Oregon lawmakers and the boards, and they have taken some efforts. And my efforts here today are also to bring up a case which I would like board members to review. It's Melanie Armstrong. She has fought for reform for hair braiding in Mississippi, and with great success, opening doors for thousands of hair braiders in that state and across the country. And there's actually a movie which I recommend called Freedom Hair, which discusses this issue which I'm talking about. And what I'm referring to is the board could take efforts as she has, as in other states, as in you see with industries like the construction. In Alabama, there's no licensing for construction contractors, an equally dangerous occupation. So I see how such a industry like that without licensing, it's hard to defend something as simple as barbering and cosmetology. And if the board can meet in the middle and create further opportunity, the state and America and the economy could benefit. That's my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any more public comments?
Hello.
Could you please state your name?
Hello.
Hello, could you please state your name?
Yes, my name is Chriselle Augustine.
Spell that.
I actually wanted to speak about the beauty camp because my daughter actually did attend the beauty camp. I'm sorry, the boot camp. My daughter was a high school student at the time. I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me. We're not taking no comments on the case. We're just taking public comment for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology Relations.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any more public comment? Okay, we're going to move on to agenda 6, comments from the board members for discussion only. The board will entertain comments from the board members for any items that is not related to published agenda and is related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. No action can be taken on the matter unless it is included in the agenda. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes or less. Do we have any comments from the board? Okay. Moving on to agenda number 7, meetings adjourned. The time is 4:55, Monday, March 30th, 2026. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you.